And we're live. Painkiller Already, episode 222, and we have our guest, PhillyD. PhillyD, what are you drinking?
It is, I was in such a rush that I don't know if it's a real drink, but it is Sprite and bourbon. I don't know if they go together. I'm finding out right now.
I'm going to Google that.
I was like, if I'm going to be on a podcast for 4 hours, I need to do half of it at least drunk.
Sprite and...
Anything's a real drink if you have like 9 of them.
Exactly.
This episode of Painkiller Already is, of course, brought to you by CrunchyRoll.com. You guys go to CrunchyRoll.com. That is the best way to sign up for a free, sign up for premium and get a whole month of free anime. It's got 0 ads. It's the finest collection of anime on the internet, provided by Crunchyroll. Free for 30 days with 0 ads, as I said. We have been discussing some of the shows on there, and we always like to let everybody know. Crunchyroll has some new featured shows like Kali, The Testament of Sister New Devil, Cute High Earth Defense Club Love, Military, and Saikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend, which I should probably watch that one. And, of course, classics like Attack on Titan, Naruto Shippuden, and Bleach. Straight from Japan, available as soon as an hour after premiering, and it's all professionally subtitled. Phil, you actually know someone who has that job, right?
Yeah, well, no, used to. Raina Scully on SourceFed Nerd. That used to be our other job. When you were calling out shows, I was like, she keeps trying to get me to watch something called, it's like Puella Magimodica Magica. And I was like, why? And she's like, there's 5 hot girls in it. And I was like, okay, let's do this. I'm down.
So okay. Would she be like up late at night, like on demand decoding anime, or like how does that job work?
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs. I know that she was like, she loved it. She like super loved it because she's all about anime. I don't know how long she was doing it, but I was glad we were able to steal her. I'm glad it worked out.
Sorry, Crunchyroll.
Sorry, Crunchyroll. You are a great service, though.
So a lot of people were suggesting different animes for us to watch, and I think Chiz mentioned Ruby. And we watched like 3 seconds of this, and Woody was like, pause it, stop it, save the reaction. But already I'm intrigued. Can we go to that?
Yeah. So let me flip onto the main screen. Bam. Cue to fade. All right. So I'm at 133 queued up. Are you?
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1, play. Where'd she go?
She turned into fucking flower petals shaped like
hearts.
Turned
into Rambo, bitch.
Yeah, we need to describe it for all the people who are like on the way to work, just listening. A bunch of werewolves attacking a pretty cute chick, or maybe she's a kid. I don't know.
Little Red Riding Hood-esque.
She's got some sort of a red shotgun, and she's blowing them away, and then it turns into an enormous scythe.
Scythe? I don't know the difference between a scythe and a sickle.
Well, prepare to get knowledge. I believe the scythe
probably
has
similar
a
to the difference
handle,
between a raven and a crow. She has cut the werewolf in half, and instead of blood spewing everywhere, flower petals shaped like hearts fly everywhere.
I will say, I think I might be qualified to translate the words thus far. Because there's no words.
She turned the scythe into some sort of a pump-action rifle and took out like 4 of them. And now she's just doing karate, spinning around the scythe, and occasionally slicing a leg off or blowing something's brains out.
Is this the show, or does other?
I hope this is the whole show.
This is the trailer. This is the trailer. Or I guess it's all 4 trailers into one. Now I'm looking at the title of the video.
We won't.
But this looks badass.
This trailer, but yeah, I'm into this.
And this
is the one that Rooster Teeth made.
What's that?
This is the one that Rooster Teeth made. I didn't realize that.
Wait, get out. Rooster Teeth made this?
Yeah. And then that was it was also animated by their friend, or Monty who of course passed away.
She just reloaded a site. I didn't even know they had magazines, but now we're
hyper mode now, and she's like tilling the field. She's just spitting through them, slicing them apart.
This is FPS Russia and the zombie apocalypse right here.
And there's like limbs like spinning through the air. It's just a blur of death.
And she's out of bad guys. And pause.
Oh, that's great. And then it just rains shells. That's Yeah, there you go. Rooster Teeth. Very cool. Very cool.
Very nice. Yeah, so if you're into anime, crunchyroll.com/PKA, you can click on the annotation over there or in the description, and there's no better place to get it than Crunchyroll.
Yeah, signing up takes like 90 seconds, and you're done for a free month of that. I think I'm going to watch some of that. Maybe not tonight because it's going to be late, but tomorrow I'm definitely going to check that out. That looked really cool.
I think Phil's still watching it.
Yeah, sorry. I was scrubbing through. All I know is there is a DJ with a teddy bear head, and he's getting beat up by a girl, so I'm into it.
All right, first topic. Do anyone want to go, or you want me to throw one out?
Go right ahead.
You do it.
PhillyD, how the hell have you been successful on YouTube for like, what, 27 years now? How does this happen?
I'm so old. It's get established, get a foothold, then hire other people so that you don't actually have to be entertaining. No, that's the success.
Yeah, and jump cuts.
Less on the jump cuts, but it definitely helps in the fact that I have no talent. I think that's the main thing. Jump cut through the suck.
Dude, people would fuss about jump cuts forever, and it's like, you haven't seen the videos without them. You fusser. There's a certain like ADD thing that happens when watching a YouTube video, right? You've got a billion videos out there to choose from, and the jump cuts help. It's a certain kind of pacing that just keeps things flowing, and even a 7-minute video is almost like it's little tiny sections that you consume one after another. I don't know. It stops it from getting long-winded and boring, which is not to say there's no space for long form, because I like those too. Only in the last year have I really discovered like chilling 18 minutes watching some guy fix his lawnmower. But
what's that channel?
Paul Short. Well, the guy, he can fix anything. He's this Canadian guy from Newfoundland, and his wife holds the camera, and I sit there and watch them. No one's gonna. He gets like 800 views a video or something. He's not big or anything. But,
so most of those are on accident. You're watching like a 40-minute dissertation on how to fix a garbage disposal by yourself.
I'm
3
subscribed.
other people are commenting.
Yeah.
I'm like, good.
I'm subscribed to this guy. He's got it's called Specialty Repairs or something like that. And I'm handy, but I know what happens. Like, I'm figuring things out along the way. There are times where I feel over my head and I kind of muddle through it, and sometimes I have to go out and buy tools. This guy's got every tool, and there is nothing that intimidates him in terms of a task. Like, there'll be a missing part, and he's like, well, shucks, I guess we'll just break out the metal lathe and this iron worker thing, and like the big hammers start going down, and all of a sudden he's like, all right, perfect. And it's within like 0.02 of ideal.
It's like, luckily I have some iron ore here. Let's get started.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, the shifter knob on this thing is worn out. Well, I guess I'll get some billet aluminum and, turn a new one on a lathe, and it just turns into something amazing. And, there was a bar that went into like a big sheet of steel, and the hole got too big. So he remanufactured some sleeve for it to go in, and it's just always perfect. It's always there, and I'm amazed by how good he is at his job. I wish he lived near me.
It sounds like there's actually stuff going on in there, because they're in I guess some foreign countries, a few places are getting all about really passive television. Not so much where it's like watch a fireplace, like that video they put on Netflix, but like watch a guy work on a wheel, and it's like a 7-hour thing, and it's just something to have on. And apparently it's so successful that they're now doing other random shit. Just randomly
it's
there.
It's satisfying to watch people do that kind of shit, though, cut up logs for firewood. Like, that show how it's made. Like, they show you, I don't give 2 shits about picking out, a dowel for what I hang my toilet paper on, but when it shows me how it's carved out specifically, and there's thousands of them happening over the course of seconds,
like how it's
pretty
made.
Cool. Yeah, it's a neat show.
My son is a huge How It's Made fan. He'll pick it most of the time. He loves it.
Some of the simplest things will have like multiple tooling processes and require like a machine you didn't even know existed, and some assembly line technique where they're like, they were making pins the other day, like sewing pins, I suppose, and there's an assembly line of pins. Like, imagine my finger like pins, like going down, and it drips a droplet of like molten glass onto the head of each one as they go, and then with a torch, it's like firing them and making them perfect spheres. There was a GIF of it on Reddit, or a GIF.
I saw I like GIF, but go on.
That's pretty much it. I thought, but little things like that will end up being so.
And don't you like how that's punctuated by the poor, like all that millions of dollars of technology, then like one frame over, it's some poor fuck individually putting the Werther's original wrapper on. Thousands are coming. The day is insurmountable. Just Jesus Christ, I got a life to deal with after this. I gotta eat these fucking candies for 10 hours.
Yeah, like the manufacturing techniques blow me away. Like, all right, we've got a big, a boatload of clothes hangers or something, and now we want them all facing in the same direction, right? We want the slit up and the thing that side, and there's like, I don't know, weights and blowing machines and sucking machines and twisty things, and then eventually they all get lined up perfect, and you're like, wow, that's an amazing process. But yeah, and I wonder, like, the owners of some of these companies, like, how did they get into that? How did someone just be like, you know what? Nobody makes.
I think I'm gonna make toothpicks.
Yeah,
like on a grand scale. And how long do you think those poor fucking plunger testers, how long are they in awe at the machinery? Day 2? You're like, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
The first time you see a coworker get sucked into it, I would think it's a little more awe-inspiring. Those are the worst kinds of injuries that you see on Reddit, when someone's had a machinery injury, because like all right, like if I mess up with my knife here, like I'm gonna get stitches. It's gonna be a quick cut. We know what the wound will look like. But if you get injured by a meat grinder, or like a side grinder with a polishing wheel on it, or a metal lathe, or a drill press, or an escalator, if something like that happens to you, it's got so much torque and so much power that you're not made of tough enough stuff to even bother it.
That's the thing about farm injuries, right? Like so people don't know, on the back of a tractor, there's a spinning device. It's called a PTO, a power takeoff, right? It's on target. So Kyle's an expert in this. And that PTO spins at torques that a human would have no impact on.
Many torques.
Like
scientifically.
Much torque. Great pain.
If your tie gets stuck on like most of the things I encounter in daily life, you can kind of pull back or stop or whatever. Like even like a handheld drill, right? It's probably not going to suck your whole body in and whatever. Like, it runs out of speed. But like tractors, farm machineries, assembly line stuff, the resistance that a human can provide has no impact. It won't even slow it down. No. It'll just decapitate you straight.
It's all about at what point is it going to shear the flesh away. What point is it going to stop using your flesh as like a rope to pull you further and further into the machine?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the answer is always immediately. It will immediately, because it's a farm machine. That's going to just tear you apart. My grandpa lost like 3 of his fingers with that.
He was lucky. The guy we were looking at lost his whole fucking leg, like up to the hip. Like he was just like, 1 minute I was leaning over, and the next it was just blood everywhere. It's just like, oh shit! Like his leg got sucked into the PTO shaft, and if you can imagine, it just kept turning until his leg became like a tube of toothpaste, I guess, and it just ripped bone from socket and ligaments.
There's no fixing that. You're not gonna pick all the little bits of like, is that a artery or just some of the red fabric on his long johns because it's a cold winter.
There's nothing we can do here. You're fucked. There's nothing you can do for that. You just have to get him an artificial leg.
I feel like I made the right career choice. That's what all of this is making me feel. I'm like, okay.
No PTOs in the studio over there? None?
No, 0.
I'm actually showing some PTO shafts on the so people watching the video version of this are seeing it. And yeah, off the back of the tractor, it's kind of like a drive shaft, and it spins all this different machinery. And the kind of work it has to do, like dig holes for fence posts, run 8-foot wide lawnmowers, take enough power that humans would have no impact on slowing it down.
I saw a guy get sucked into a metal lathe one time.
That's awful. Like in real life, or like?
I was quickly going to add, like not in person. This isn't a dark.
It was on eFukt. Don't get excited.
We all just stood there and watched. There was nothing we could do. Like, no, it wasn't like that. I saw a video on the internet one time, though, where a guy got sucked in and his arm just like, it starts rotating in ways it's just not supposed to. And he's just like, and it's pulling him in. Everybody's trying to pull him out, but it's just a spinning rod of doom.
I watched like 8 eFukt videos in a row, like last week or something. This week, I
Bad for your soul to do stuff like that.
Dude, it's awful. It's awful. And I don't know why I watch so many. Kyle, are you immune to this site?
Yeah.
I have seen a lot of internet stuff. I've seen a lot. I've seen I saw a guy have sex with a chicken, right? And I thought, well, when you think about how big eggs are, that's kind of it works, right? It's cool, right? But these women, they had these like hurt feelings. That was what hurt my soul. Right?
That's what you don't like. See, you made us look at that subreddit last week with all the dead women,
cute female corpses, right?
Yeah, cute female corpses. R slash. Yeah,
of course that's a thing.
And that affected me. I was like flinching and looking away and just wanting to get away from it and not even caring to glance back a second time. But like those women getting their feelings hurt and crying.
I didn't give a crap about the like mutilated bodies. It was the one that was most together that had this like sort of scared, vulnerable look on her dead face. I was like, oh, what was she thinking during death? You
wiggle it around and make it whatever you wanted. She's dead. Think of her like Mr. Potato Head. You could do whatever you wanted.
There was a woman. You could make her like wink. It looked like she had a lightsaber injury down to about her chin, right? Bam! Yeah. Head split off like a V, like a cartoon. And Kyle was like, "Look at that one!" And I'm like, "That was just like awful. Food or something. Like it's I don't know. It's not even a human anymore. Not bothered." But the one that was, like she was looking at you like, and I'm like, "Whoa, is she okay?" Like, no, she's not okay. But yeah. So I watched a couple of eFukt in a row. Like, there's one woman who had semen in her eye, and she's like, "Get me one of the wet wipe or something." And all the guys were kind of cruelly, slowly getting it to her, like, "Oh, it's on its way. It burns. It burns."
What are you doing that white thing where it's like, "Come up some more cum."
I can't believe you feel sorry for the skeeziest of whores.
Wait, what? I missed a part. I did what now?
I feel like you're such White Knight that you feel sorry for even the skeeziest of whores.
Okay.
If you're in some sort of amateur porn video where like we're coming in your open eye, like we're in like cum fetish porn in the backyard, she's not a lady, okay? That maiden didn't just like fall into that room and be like, "What are you guys making? Is it a student film? Is that what it is?" Like, no, she's not
we're in Game of Thrones talk. Carry on.
Her checks get stamped.
First day at university.
her checks get stamped with a stamp. This is like cumdump.com or something like that. like I just don't know why you feel sorry for her so much when I really felt awful about those poor dead women though. Like that was disgusting. That was awful.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't look at that because looking at Kyle's face.
Yeah, that was bad.
Enough to know. You were disturbed by a few of those.
Also, a fan wrote me and said that they thought that I was a misogynist and also transphobic, I believe. And I just wanted to make it clear that no one on the cast cares for the transsexual community as much as I do, first of all.
That's where I was going to go with that. Yeah. No one here loves trannies more than Kyle.
Second of all, I have since realized that tranny is an offensive term and a slur, if you will. I didn't know that going in. I guess I just don't. I apologize. I do apologize for that one.
Yeah, shithead, bigot.
But
yeah. God damn it, Kyle. What's wrong with you?
I really am seriously apologizing for that. But I don't think I'm a misogynist. I think I'm an equal opportunity employer of assholishness. And whether the person is a woman or a man, if they're an asshole, I just point it out. And that's all it is. I have no hatred toward women. I love women, all of them.
How would you feel if it was a guy on the ground and he had a little cum in his eye?
That would be hilarious too. I'd be like, "Yeah, dude, you're doing eye cum porn. You should have brought your own wet wipes." I like when you do the gender reversal, I definitely feel justified in making fun of that lady with a cum in her eye.
Yeah, this was from what I gathered, it was a bukkake scene. They kind of just cut to the hurt feelings part. It's eFukt, right? I don't think eFukt is about arousal, right? It's just awful videos.
It is, I'm sure. I don't trust that stuff anyway. I would have thought first thing like, "Oh, this is all just a put on. She's not really irritated by the eye cum." She's trying to, contrive this situation, make it seem real.
I bought into the emotional stuff on eFukt completely. Maybe that makes me a sucker. But I will say, every picture of a pretty girl on the internet, I don't buy it anymore. Photoshoppers are too talented. I can't tell.
I'm fine with it. Let us live the lie online before you go outside and see some fat sack of cottage cheese waddling out of a Burger King with her 2 giant kids. Let us enjoy.
Of course, she has kids now.
I went to Walmart today to get my. I shouldn't have done that. I'm never going back to Walmart to get my oil changed. I'm sure they do a fine job. I noticed they were even checking my rear end out to make sure it worked. That's not a gay joke. They but the lady who came out to my car to take my VIN number and my phone number to make sure I was who I said I was and I don't know, tick off another 5 quarts of oil for Kyle in his Walmart Hall of Fame or whatever the fuck she's doing. She was so large that she could not pilot my vehicle into the shop. She couldn't do her job because she was so large.
Now Kyle has a Camaro, so there are certain people who can't drive
Wings
them.
got in there.
How big do you have to be to not fit into a car?
Did he say passenger seat? Because I never confirmed that. He got behind the driver's seat.
I could be wrong. I thought he got behind the passenger seat.
I wasn't there. He just told me later. He's like, "Yeah, I got down in your car to make sure see if I could fit." And I was like, "Oh, and you fit?" He's like, "Yeah, I fit." And so I just took him at his word. I'm sure. I believe him. He fit. This lady could not fit though. Her buttocks was the source of the problem. Wings has.
You know what you failed to do?
What?
Video. I want some video of a gigantic
I broke another phone. I broke another goddamn phone.
Really?
Yeah.
How did it happen?
I broke it. I broke it down emotionally, I suppose.
Wait, no, don't get into this yet. So the one time you could have taken a video of something funny and interesting instead of the pictures of dinner and other shit you send us in the fucking group text that we share. You don't have a phone. For the one time that I want to see him not fit
Heaven
into
forbid
a car.
Kyle make French fries, because I get a goddamn play-by-play of it.
Yeah.
Send good pictures to you guys. There's nudes that come in every now and then. There's
I will admit.
I sent the pictures, all that cool stuff. You get cool stuff.
Damn it.
In any case,
some cool stuff.
was the problem. Wing's butt is proportionately sized to the rest of him. This lady, however, was 35% butt. What
was her body type?
I would think a number 6. Like a number 6. Yeah, shape.
I was like,
I just figured that out.
Almost like one of those coin purses that the Duke gives the henchman in those movies. Here, and it's sagging down, and all the weights in the bottom stretching.
As if all the it was if a person only had one testicle and it was sort of all the weight was to one side, but that was her ass. Her ass was gargantuan, and she pointed her ass at my door, and she started backing toward my car, and I'm watching from the side I don't even care. Come on, let's do this, and I'm one side of her butt hit the door jamb, and so she adjusted immediately to try to go the other way, but the other side hit the roof because my car is so low to the ground, and she wiggled a little bit, and then then her thigh hit the steering wheel, and she just went, no, not gonna work. Donnie!
Jesus.
She brayed like a mule for a few minutes and finally got Donnie out there. And Donnie drove my car in because this lady was literally too big to fit inside my car. And that, I suppose...
You think that would have been a wake-up call for her? Or she'll go home and grab a couple of $5 footlongs and...
I don't mind sharing the story because she wasn't embarrassed by this. This wasn't an embarrassing moment for her. It was clearly... She was like, huh? I didn't think so.
Something wrong with this car.
This was not the first car that she hadn't been able to fit in. I feel like this was Donnie wasn't like, what do you mean you don't fit? Yeah, I'll be right there. I feel like Donnie does this 2 or 3 times a day. I felt really bad as I walked through Walmart. It made me not want to eat lunch. I started getting anorexic thoughts, just walking around there and looking at some of the people at Walmart at 3 p.m. on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah, Walmart visits will make you think about your life, either really good things or things to stay away from.
Both. Yeah, I think a lot of people get positive thoughts, right? A lot of people are look at me, I'm so much better than all these other people. But I don't think that when I'm at Walmart. When I'm at Walmart, I think, look at me. I'm with all these people. Like I become one of the Walmarters, clearly. Like,
No.
you can't go to a strip club and be like, look at all these perverts.
No, you gotta just go the ignorant route and just be on your pedestal, looking down at everyone.
I don't look down on those who shop at Walmart because for many products, you really can't blame them. Like, I've known people who like make those like shakers, those cups with like monograms on them and stuff, and you literally can't buy those in bulk and outperform Walmart. It's their price is just so low. So if you're raising a family on a limited budget, it's probably the way to go 9 times out of 10. But I look down on the people at Walmart who are worthy of looking down upon. Like, there are some real interesting people at Walmart. I saw a mom slap her kid in the head today, like really fucking hard.
Good, bring it back.
I saw a father screaming at his children, "You pick out one toy at $24.95, Charlene, $24.95." And I was just like, Jesus Christ, she doesn't know how it costs. Like, she wanted the Legos. Fuck.
Clearly he was wrong, but I'll tell you, as a parent now, whenever I see a parent yelling at a child, I'm like, yeah, fist bump. You know, it happened to us early on. I forget what it was. I think Hope was like 3, and she was demanding that we buy her a toy at Target. Just laying it down. I want this. We're not moving, whatever. And Jackie was like, no, you're not getting it because I'm the parent and you're the child, and that's how it's going to be. And this guy, he was like a, 35-year-old black guy. He was like, yeah, power to the parents.
That's what I'm worried about, man. That's what I'm really worried about is like year 3, year 4, having a kid that not only can walk around, but can be a huge dick. And like how I'm going to respond to that, not only in general, but in public.
I like them better every year, my kids.
Yeah?
Yeah. The more like, I don't know. So at first they're bullshit, right? They're like leaky luggage or, like a watermelon with a hole in it, right? That's your infant experience.
Yeah,
and
0 to 3 seems like bullshit.
Yeah, it's yeah. Remember in high school you have to like carry an egg around and not break it for a couple of days. Well, you get that for a couple of years, right? So that's the first part. And a couple of years is a stretch. Like at 1 or 2, they start like interacting, giving you a little feedback. They might like your jokes or something. But as they start aging, at 7 or 9, they're like making reasonable points. At like 13, 15, they're like actually like, coming up with the effective intellectual counter arguments to what you have. And Hope's 15, so that's as far as I go. But my own relationship with my father just continued to improve as I got older and I guess wiser. So
yeah.
Nothing to fear there as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know about leaky luggage. I know the first 3.5 months were a nightmare. It was just the most terrifying, like, oh my God, I don't understand the things I'm feeling. And then like the first time he smiled at me and it wasn't like an accident, then it was like, okay, we can do this. Like you're giving me something back.
So what emotions were you feeling that had you confused?
When you're up at 4 o'clock in the morning with no sleep because, babies don't really sleep, for a whole large amount of time, especially when they're being breastfed early on, and just being like, I don't know, I thought I could handle this. I've never felt so bad at doing anything in my entire life. It's
really?
like you just, the first 3 months. Just like it just got thrown at me and I'm like, I love you. But at that point, they're kind of just a thing after the first hospital visit. And then the first time he smiled at me, then it was good.
I didn't feel like that at all.
No?
So like,
that's good.
Here's what I felt like the first 3 months. I'm like, all right, I'm getting this, right? There's some animals that are really easy to keep alive, right? They include like dogs and, cats and stuff. Like pretty much the survival rate's really strong. There are other animals that are hard to keep alive, like chameleons and goldfish and things like that, where they tend to just float to the top of the tank and it's just hard to keep these things alive. And I'm like, oh, I get it. Yeah, human babies are kind of like dogs. Sweet.
Wait, that was your whole first 3-month experience?
Yeah, so, I wasn't like, I've talked about this before, but some people, when they first have kids, there's like an instant super bond. And they are just like, oh my God, it's like a chemical thing that happens. And the moment they see the gelatin covered, like not nearly as cute as you told him he was, thing that, that they're a unit. No, mine had to earn that shit.
Yeah, fuck that. You were rubbing their face into their dirty diaper for 3 months. No!
No.
Angry at them
Yeah, it
until you
wasn't
got that
until they started. I'm sorry, I cut you off. It wasn't until they started to give me some sort of feedback, even the nonverbal stuff, right? Like at 3 months when they're sitting up and when they seem to have an affinity towards me versus strangers. Jackie and I really. It's my wife. Then it was like, all right. We're starting to become like a family here. You're earning your way into the club, kid.
Yeah. No, man. I wish I had that experience. It was just the most stressful 3.5 months, and then it's been awesome since then. Like, he sleeps from 7 to 7. He's fine. Like, but I also smile like an asshole anytime he does anything. Like, he nods yes now, and I'm like, that's the biggest thing that's ever happened in my life. And I'm like, but then I don't tell my friends because like I called them assholes anytime they experience something like that. And so like if they listen to this, I'm gonna get a call and they'll be like, see, you're a fucking schmuck.
How many times have you caught yourself doing one of those new parent stories just to be like, oh nope, and then just cut
I
back?
usually hold it inside until someone asks, and then I won't shut up. I try to, because I feel like every new dad thinks that it's like the most amazing thing that's ever happened, and their experience is so unique, even though it is so universal. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm excited. I hear though, for boys, it's more that they run around a lot and they're kind of assholes from 8 to 10, and then they're good. And I've heard that girls are kind of the opposite. It's like around 16 or so. It's been a nightmare for most of the parents I've talked to that are older.
Boys are pain in the ass younger than that, so I have both.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
remember when Hope was like 2.5, maybe. The boys would just do it. We have the layout of our house lets you run in a circle, like around the stairs. And the boys were just like running around, screaming, making so much noise with the thumping of their feet and the yelling and the woo, 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 woo. And Hope is there, like on the stairs, just putting hats on them as they go by. Like they put a hat on, take a hat off, put it on another one. And it was like the difference between boy, girl it was so apparent. Boys are wild Indians. Is that racist? Maybe that's racist.
Well,
I don't even know.
It's racist.
They
Now,
were literally going woo, woo, woo. Anyway.
Did the Indians do that though, or is that a racist
They
stereotype?
definitely did it
Yeah,
in the
all
movies.
those kids are being racist, playing with their sets.
Have you ever seen an Indian in real life go woo 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 like once ever?
No, I've never
Indian
seen
Well, when
that.
was the last time you? Yeah, so when was the last time you saw an Indian person?
I don't know.
I was in Sedona, Arizona, and he was dressed up like a war chief with a cowboy. So I guess that counts.
You
Right?
haven't seen one recently.
No, not in a while. The
I saw
cowboy
it on the customer service line.
I've got a new topic. So who here has a Reddit account at the moment?
I forgot
Oh,
my password again.
I should say yes. Since you just listen to
I don't have
audio.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to pop on Reddit right now. Click on your name. It's kind of in the top center. And then go sort by top. What is your top rated comment of all time?
Oh, I can't do that one. Unfortunately. Mine's
Mine's not that good either. It's
no, mine's a secret account. I deleted my main account that had all the karma. So now I've just got an angry account that I use to disparage those that I don't care for and sort of spew venom across the internet in my own.
PhillyD, can you read your top rated account of all time?
Yeah,
posting.
let's see. I'm trying to see what the actual comment is. Let's see. View the full context. Oh, okay. So this is about a year to 2 years ago. It's a response to the Chinua who said, I was doing an AMA.
How many points?
It's 1,699.
Okay.
They asked, gonna get married yet? And I said, Lindsay, get off Reddit. And that's it.
And that's your top-rated comment of all
That's
time.
my number one comment of all time.
Taylor, can you find yours? Figure it out.
Yeah, I have it. I just forgot the password, so I don't have. Can't change it.
Do you know
Number
that-
one is 251 points, and it's in response to Mr. J. Berg, and I said, "You're a dirty whore."
Nice. And that's your top-rated post of
That's
all
my
time?
number one.
Should I go next? Kyle, do you have anything you can share or you can't share?
I really don't have any way to access my old tweets. I think it was something like something Wings related, like maybe I was like, "This is Wings' first meal" or something, and I had cooked him that chicken thing in the salad. I think that one had like, I don't know, 1,500 points or something.
All right. So
Oh, that was
here's
a post though. That's not a comment.
here's my top-rated comment of all time. I had kind of forgotten about it, but all right. It goes like this. I was a collegiate swimmer, and both the men and the women's swim team went to Puerto Rico for winter training camp. We had just finished our morning workout, went back to the hotel rooms, and showered up. I went over to one of the rooms packed with girls to figure out what we were going to do for lunch. 2 or 3 of them were in towels, but assured me it was fine to come in anyway. Whatever.
Is this going to get
I'm
erotic?
down.
You're reading it in a different voice than you usually see.
Because everybody was so fit and in swimsuits so often, it made us a bit less shy. Well, we were planning for lunch. A fourth girl, Maria, came out of the bathroom shower wearing a towel around her waist like a guy does. She saw me and remained frozen like a deer in the headlights. I smiled a little bit like this guy while I soaked in the show. Let me get you
Like this guy. Let me get you a.
Yeah, sorry. I
So
really
you
should
can
have
know
planned that
which
out.
guy.
But I look like this guy. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
It's been about 20 years since then. I imagine Maria has a few kids, gained a few pounds, and lived a normal life. However, in my memory, she'll always be that perfect 10 with the towel around her waist. It was, what's the best accidental nudity you've ever seen? I was hoping everyone had some, I don't know, Reddit post to share.
No, you contribute a lot though. I
I do.
didn't have much to pick from.
I think someone asked what the most surprising thing about. Oh, I think I was complaining because Wings was loud and like keeping me up at night because when I was in that other bedroom and they were attached and someone. I was like, yeah, and he talks in his sleep, and someone was like, well, what's the one thing about Wings that we wouldn't expect? I was like, he speaks in Latin in his sleep, like, and I think that was the highest rated one. He doesn't speak in Latin in his sleep though; he just snores really.
Snores? Oh, they're the worst.
All of you people that
Marcus snored. I've heard it.
Does he? Do you snore?
There's a YouTube video about
Not
it.
regularly.
Oh yeah, Taylor put up that
Gold
No,
Glove.
it's
Gold Glove
Gold
put up
Glove.
yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it. That was
Yeah. So anyway, that's a thing. Do you new topics? I guess.
Please.
So
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking through all these stupid Reddit comments now.
anything good?
Well, the next one I feel is appropriate since I was just talking about my child. It was another question about when are you going to get married, and I said after I put a baby in her belly, so I know that our lives will be ruined for at least 18 years. Seems
least.
solid.
Nice.
At 832 points. There we go. I like that all my stuff is
832.
about fatherhood and getting
Gotta
married.
get more points.
So how is your health, PhillyD? I know you've talked about it on YouTube before. You have some sort of
Oh yeah,
monumental
I have a
illness. What's cooking
It's
there?
not monumental. Well, I mean, it's life affecting, but life affecting after 35. And those years, I feel like are going to be shit anyways. So
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm 29. So I got a few more years, I think. But yeah, I have PKD. It's a polycystic kidney disease. Don't image Google search it. Just regular Google search it. There's Woody not listening. And yeah, I mean, it's your kidney gets cysts over time, and it really kicks in usually around 35, 40, and it kind of just go for it.
Oh, I see.
Is a kidney transplant a possibility?
A kidney transplant is a possibility. I don't have any full brothers or sisters, so I'd have to just go on the donor list when I need it. But
You got a lot of subs.
I do, but
What's your
I don't
blood
know.
type?
Oh, wait, are we doing it right now?
Mine's negative.
So let's go to donorschoice. No, no, but I mean, a transplant is an option. I mean, my father needed a kidney. He was on dialysis for a long time, and someone that watches the show, part of the nation, or a bunch of people submitted to possibly give him a kidney, and one guy out of the 6 potential matches, and he was kind of our last hope, was the guy that eventually gave my dad a kidney. And so my dad's not on dialysis. He's able to, like come out and visit me, which was something that wasn't a possibility before. And of course, I mean, if you've ever known someone with dialysis, it's the most fucking draining thing a person can go through. And you're having to do that several times a week.
So would the new kidney have polycystic kidney disease? What was it again?
It's PKD, polycystic kidney disease. I don't know if it can spread to the new kidney, but because I'm not, I think it's one of those things that I've kept in the back of my head. But like this year is going to be the first time I've been checked up for it in probably 10 years because I haven't wanted to actually address it and make it a real thing. But
that's a good policy. Yes, yeah,
it's a fantastic.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
No, right? I know, it's so stupid.
It till it's too late.
Yes. No, but it's one of those things that this year, especially now being a dad, that I've been like, okay, I got to take care of myself. And I saw some stupid special. Oh, is he coming in? Yeah. I saw this stupid special. Oh, 1 second. I have to be daddy for a second. Hey. So if you've never seen my son, this is him. This is Trey.
Heartthrob.
Hey, you see the people on the computer? He can't hear you. Hey.
I heard that. We got some noise.
He's either content or he's pooping. It's one of the two. But
I don't believe all that waking stuff. That's a perfectly behaved baby. You got an easy one,
right? No, man. Everyone
lies.
We got our first babysitter last month, and she was like, I'm gonna charge you $5 less an hour because I don't have to do anything. And I was like, really? Hey.
That's a story you'll be able to do like in the 1v1 storytelling competitions when your kids make friends and you go to dinner with that kid's parents. And it's like, well, when my son was a kid, he was so well behaved, the babysitter simply wouldn't take him.
No, man. We don't, other than like this podcast, we don't like to advertise to our friends or anyone that he sleeps so well because they, other parents will hate you. And also, I feel like if we talk about it too much, the next one's going to be a nightmare.
Say
I
had it easy. I wanted to quickly throw in. So my friend has cystic fibrosis, which is obviously very different than what you have.
Oh yeah.
But he had a lung transplant. In cystic fibrosis, your lungs get filled with phlegm, but it's like an awful tarry, worse, like sticky phlegm. Anyway, he had a double lung transplant. And while he still has cystic fibrosis that impacts like fertility and his digestion, his lungs don't. Like that's just not a thing. His lung, he's a person with cystic fibrosis with lungs that don't have that disease.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know. Like I was saying, whatchamacallit, I went into the dentist for the first time because I saw some stupid report about how I can get heart disease if I don't take care of my mouth.
That's a thing.
And so I did that one. I just got my physical. I have the same problem most everyone that makes YouTube videos does, and I have a vitamin D deficiency. And that's about it. I was surprised I didn't have high blood pressure. And that's it, man. And then I have to get the kidneys checked again because I need to see where they're at. So, because growing up, I thought, like I'm going to live till 35. I wanted to do everything by 35. The reason I pushed myself so hard early on is because I don't know. I thought that's what I had in my life. And so a lot of this has just been like, okay, well, shit, now I got to stay around for a while because I don't want to, I don't want to leave them. So that's why I'm trying to make sure I don't die.
You gave me the impression that like, oh yeah, I expire at 35. That's just something about me. And I guess that was maybe more your attitude than your reality. I'm not sure. And it was like, damn, I just gotta be getting closer.
Yeah, no, it was getting closer and closer. But like I still very much enjoy my life, and I don't know. I wanna stay around and be an asshole grandpa. I think that's the new goal, right?
I like it.
I'll be just angry at everyone.
Woody, did you get a haircut today?
Oh my God.
I went to the subreddit. I went to the subreddit and I saw all these comments like, in his newest video, the one that he just did with the sponsorship, is that the bad haircut or is it even worse? And I was like, what the fuck happened?
I went to a black barber, right? And in my head, this was the pinnacle of men's haircutting talent, right? Like I on Reddit, I subscribe to Black People Twitter or something like that. Are you guys familiar with this subreddit? And it seems like half the tweets are about people's hair game. And I was like, all right. So if you really want men's hair cutting artist, then this is where you go. This is where like the cream of the crop. This is where the elite go to train. And
Why did you think this?
I bet you left thinking you look good.
Yeah, why did you think
leave? Did you leave thinking you look good?
No,
because he talked it up.
I left.
No?
I was mad.
But you were too afraid to say something.
Things that's
like,
interesting,
all right, sir.
I don't know if this will work as I get closer to the camera. He shaved my hairline. Like that, I have a.
I see that.
There's not
he
very much.
straightened you up like he would a black man.
Yeah, like a black guy. At first, it wasn't making any sense to me, and I'm like, why is he shaving my? Because that's not a thing that white people do. You comb it, right? I am going to have like a couple freaky hairs that are too short to comb for months, right? That you don't shave this part of your hair yet. That's what they did to me.
Yeah,
and he's shaving this, and the top of it. I was like, keep the top long enough to comb. Why say that to a black barber? That's not like a thing that he's comfortable with. Like
you mean pick it out?
Like
he was starting to do those lines in the side. And what he had
I was hoping for the eyebrow line, like a little 80s Vanilla Ice action. But yeah, so he cut my hair as if you would a black guy. The whole thing was shaped, and he altered all my hairlines and shaved it up and stuff, and it hurt. It hurt. And like I think his shaver, so the way that the little like hair cutting thing works, you have all these prongs and then the blades go back and forth. Well, if one of the prongs is missing, then that wide spot will cut you. I think that's what happened, right? And he's fucking he's hurting me, and I'm just like, God, this hurts, and it's like it keeps happening, and I feel it like someone was taking a pin and dragging it along the back of my head. And eventually it hurt extra, and I'm like, dude, that hurts. He's like, well, why didn't you say something?
Not wanting to say
and I'm
anything.
like, I just said something. And he's like, well, just now. Well, how long did you know you were hurting me? Like,
what's wrong, white boy?
Can't handle a real man's haircut, huh? Can you, boy?
No, I can't handle your fucking broken down ghetto tools. Get a fucking you're a professional barber.
I didn't feel like this was racist at all until we got to the ghetto.
Until
tools.
he threw out ghetto.
Not until we got to ghetto tools.
I know where
That's
I
all
went.
friendly.
I think this is a perfect example of the shit you can do and the shit you can get away with because people are worried about being rude. Like what? Because you're like, oh, I don't want to say anything. Mm-hmm. My life, just fucking say it. Like it doesn't. At the end of the day, especially if it's the first time, like. Once I find someone that can cut my hair and I don't look like the biggest tool bag, that is a friend for life.
Yes. Yeah.
But new people, just no. You can't just let it happen.
This was a haircutting audition. I was looking. So I bought a new house, and I'm looking for a new barber local to my new house. And again, I'm like, I'm gonna aim high, right? This is the pinnacle of haircutting, and it's not. It's a whole. He was just unqualified for white hair. It's not a thing that you don't shave hairlines and stuff.
It looks totally uneven and bad.
Yeah, it's longer here. It's longer back here, and it's shorter.
Take it off. It looks like I could palm the back of your head like a basketball. Just a perfect.
It's all.
He did your hair like he would a black man's. He's trying to give you like a really symmetrical thing.
Exactly.
That's why it's taller in the back. He's rounding your head.
A white guy.
While he was doing that, just watch what I'm doing to this dude.
If you were to have this length for a white guy, normally the sides are practically shaved off, like a high and tight kind of thing. But no, I just have kind of a basketball head now. It's whatever. You know what? So typically I don't care about my haircut. I'm really flexible on this stuff. It's been 20 years since I gave a hoot about my hair. I came out of this place like
you got the same.
I was so mad.
One side is so much higher.
Dude, it's not too late. I could get Colin in here because he did his hair too. Colin's hair is
Wait, who got the haircut first?
Me. I'm so stupid. And then I gave him my son.
Were like,
I'm not a good father. I'm not a good father. I'll get him. Hold on. We'll go make this happen.
This is outrageous.
That's amazing. He's like, that was one of the worst experiences ever. Come here, son.
Your hair looks great, Colin. After this, we'll get you some Jordans.
They really did. It's like he tried to make Woody.
We have to be a little nice.
Oh, okay.
Hey, so come here.
Whoa, big spender.
So chin up. It's just like really kind of like he sculpted the hairline again.
You can see that he did
why?
sculpt it on the side.
Yeah. It's okay. Thanks, Colin. Will you shut my door?
Yeah.
I will
Yeah,
say,
that was
I will
bad
say, I
decision.
think he definitely got the better end.
Yeah, because it's
definitely
longer.
got the.
That's much more preferable than
Dude, it's longer. So, like, what happened? He walked out of there with that stuff. It looked like it was, in Lego or Playmobil, whatever they are, the hairs just kind of snap on the top. That's what it looked like. It was a really sort of firm, totally defined thing. But now that it's been maybe 2 days and, we comb it ourselves,
it's
better
never
than it
going to
was.
grow back the way it was.
No. Has your hairline
This is
always
forever.
been way higher on one side?
What's that?
Has your hairline always been that much higher on one side? Because I've never noticed, and now it's just really obvious.
Are they
Like,
asymmetrical?
got in there.
I don't know.
Yeah, man. Your face looks like a square.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say.
you look like you're wearing a wig, like that. Like you just suction that onto your head, and you're actually bald. That doesn't look real.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I got a haircut
hair's
so
looking
bad.
fake.
I got a haircut so bad one time when I got back to work. They were like, "What the fuck happened to you, man?" And I literally went back to her. I was like, "You got to try again." She's like, "What?" I was like, "You've got to try again." I was like, I got to work and they laughed at me because you did such a poor job. I was like, "You got to go back to the drawing board." I was like, "Look at this first of all." Like there was a strand of hair like 3 inches too long. I was like, "You missed this," and this is just what I see. Like, there's lots of this
on
going
the
on.
on the back of Colin's head, it was so we waited too long to get him. Normally we go together, and Colin missed a cycle, so his hair was like big, long, and moppy. Anyway, on the back, even after the cut, he had like 6.5-inch long strands, and you see his hair is like 1.5 inches. Yet there's like 6.5, 7-inch strands in the back. It was
Did
like
he use scissors at any point? He didn't use any scissors,
I
did
don't
he?
remember him using scissors. No. Yeah.
See,
He wasn't.
Woody,
Go on.
when you get your hair cut, you want an overweight woman to do it.
I'm
Every
listening.
time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you want a big fat woman to do it. You
I want an
those
old
enormous
Italian man.
boobs to be bumping your elbows, and it's a little awkward, but she's going to do a good job because she doesn't have anywhere to go.
I had a
I
gay
just-
guy cut my hair for a few years, and he was fabulous.
Was that before or after the doo-wop you had going on?
After the what?
The doo-wop, like Superman thing you had that was like spiraled in front.
Oh, this was way before that. This was, yeah.
You know,
I still do that if my hair grows out.
you know the scene in Gran Turismo where the guy like got his hair cut and he brought the Asian kid with him.
Gran Torino.
Mhm.
Torino, I'm sorry. That's in Apex. I have a guy that I think of it like that. I don't have the same relationship with him. We're not both like 70 years old, but he's a guy who's been cutting hair for a really long time. He walks with a limp and he does a fabulous job, and he doesn't hurt, which I appreciate now. This new guy, he had like a sour look on his face, like he hated me. I just sat there like in pain.
You're probably the only white person who's ever walked in there.
There was another white guy there, which is what made me think the coast was clear. Like I looked in, the barbers were there was like
What kind of white guy was he?
He was heavy, short.
You have a haircut like you got?
He looked single. I didn't see how he. So the barbers, there were 2 black barbers and another guy was I think he was Puerto Rican. Isn't it weird how some nationalities it feels like you're not supposed to say it? But yeah, I think he was Puerto Rican, and they all had
What?
like.
Yeah, wait. Do you think Puerto Rican's a bad word?
Don't want to be
It's just-
racist, but
Here's the thing.
Canadians.
What if I said, yeah, right? No, what if I said, you know what, Taylor? You got whatever painting to do. Hire a couple Mexicans. In this area, anyway, you're like, whoa, can you say that?
Well, we
that depends on
changed
how
things
you're
up a
saying
bit. Now we have a new connotation. Now we're looking for cheap labor. And you say Mexicans. In that sense, it does seem a bit offensive. But if you were
say
just
it
saying,
angrily,
if you were just saying, look at those 2 Mexicans, I don't think that's racist. But if you said, look at those 2 Mexicans, they haven't been here too long, have they? Walking down the wrong side.
Someone
I
here is
hate
going to
those
agree with me.
Then,
Like, I swear, if it's not white, you gotta like think it through.
I'm on Kyle's team with this one. It all depends on how you say it. If you're like, look, a Mexican gentleman, nobody's gonna give a shit. But if you're like,
Very true.
Mexicans in my house, like
It's also-
or if you say like whatever. Who was here before? The black guy. Right? You're really only being descriptive. It's not meant to be an awful thing at all. But there are some people who are looking for problems who will define that one as such. I feel like that's the
thing that people get offended at on the internet, just to fuck with people. Like in real life, if you call someone black, they're not going to flip shit. Like that's just a descriptive word.
Just today, I was waiting for James. I had to buy a new lock for my house, and it basically I wanted it to fit the key I already had. So we needed James to come in there. Well, James wasn't getting to work for another 10 minutes. He started at 3. And I'm like, all right, what's he look like? How old is he? How tall is he? Etc. And the lady who was black wouldn't call him black. She just left that out. She's like, yeah, he's like 47 years old. He's, he's tall, and you'll see him. And it's like he was black. That would have helped.
Yeah. Well, yes.
She eventually said, "Oh, he's got a complexion something like mine."
I feel like we should start a new show called Four White Guys Talk About Race. That'd be a great hit. We could talk about women's issues too. It'd be solid.
Anyway, I swear someone out there is going to define me as horribly racist because I'm sensitive about it.
No, more than one.
Yeah, right. Somehow sensitivity is going to be repainted as racist when it's not meant to be.
We know you're not racist. I mean, look at that haircut. You're a brother.
Yeah.
Right? You want a whole new topic?
Please. It looks like you just are walking down the street in the movie Do the Right Thing. Your hair is ridiculous. But I think for the most part, people as long as they're not just looking to be offended, people understand intentions and they're not going to freak out over nothing.
Yeah.
For the most part.
This should be a hood pass, really. It should be. I should get my hood. I've got a hood pass. Forrest gave it to me. I think it's still valid.
I don't think it is.
It expired.
I think you spent it to get into that barber shop, and then he put you on hit your credit. Ever be able to afford one again?
This cough is gonna kill me. So the San Diego Police Department has been caught editing their Wikipedia page to remove all the stuff about misconduct.
That's pretty funny.
So they put all the misconduct stuff there and added editing the Wikipedia page to their list of misconducts.
That's great.
Yeah, it's the last one in there on March 17th, 2000, etc. And I thought that was cool. Apparently,
so they were just deleting stuff? Just going through and deleting it?
They were deleting all the bad press.
And there's a lot of it.
It would have been as offensive, and it would have been funnier if they just changed all the problems to Officer Smith reportedly was cheating at the company picnic in Frisbee golf. He was sentenced to 5 days without pay.
The last item reads, a San Diego Police Department dispatcher and anonymous Wikipedia users have edited or deleted paragraphs from the misconduct section of the police department's Wikipedia page 5 times since January 2014. The edits, which eliminated references to negative information, came as the police force faced several scandals over officer misconduct.
I wonder how many there are, because I was trying to find the story just now, and the first
linked
story
in
that
the
pops
chat.
up is 1 day ago, and it's San Diego police officer kills friendly service dog.
Oh.
It's like, really? It's only been 24 hours?
There?
There's a new thing?
How about the one who was demanding the women give him his underwear to get out of their tickets?
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Is that on this list?
Yeah, it's the first thing that popped up when I clicked your link. He was asking for women's panties to get them out of speeding tickets. And there was another one where officers raided a home, didn't announce themselves, and just shot people dead as soon as they opened the door, and shot the guy 4 times in the back in his own home and killed him, and then all returned to duty.
Man,
here's
how long has it been where? I mean, I don't know your opinions, because I know some police officers that I greatly respect, but it's just the mood has changed. I feel like for everyone in the past few years. Not everyone, but a huge majority.
Right. I feel like the people that were previously pro-cop are now skeptical, right? Not necessarily hate cop, right? But there's this there's the left, there's the, I'll call out Wings, right? A cop could save a puppy and Wings would be like, he's just doing that for show.
He probably stomped that puppy when the cameras were on.
Yeah, he only did it because people were watching, right? There's wings who not every time, but if he sees a story, he's the one most inclined to see the negative in the police. And then there's what I think is this huge middle section that used to be like kind of pro cop. If a cop testifies in a court of law, he's probably the most honorable person in the room, right? That was the general vibe. And then, of course, there are people to the right who thought that cops could do no wrong no matter what. Now that general big center mass, the middle of the bell curve has shifted toward you can't trust them. You got to keep an eye on them. We should have cameras on these guys.
Yeah, and now the new thing is that they're not always on, and they just turn it off. And you're like, come on.
I feel like there should be a real penalty for turning off your camera. Right?
I don't think they should have a switch. Don't give them a switch.
Well,
why do they?
Well, so I think like
I don't
part
care.
of the argument against it was like if they take a piss, like I don't want my dick on camera, but it's like I don't know.
And just lean back while you're doing it.
It's okay. We won't be watching the footage.
That's how I do it anyway.
No, but like, only a really shitty cop would want to remove it anyway. Like, it's going to help 95% of cops who are like, oh, finally, people will see all the shitheads I deal with, and they won't just think I'm some fascist who's out to ruin parties. Like, most cops are going to be benefited by this as well, I think.
I would hope, yeah. And most cops, few cops, definitely the good cops. The good cops are going to, just be proven right all the time. And the hypothetical, court testifying stuff, they'll have video evidence. And cops think of it as an intrusion of privacy. You have to be kidding me, right? Like, I don't know if you guys ever worked for a big company, but at Cisco, there were cameras all over the place. That's just a thing. Everyone's on camera at work. You don't like it, work somewhere else. But, not in the bathrooms or anything, but yeah, there's cameras in the ceilings. That's just how it is. And, for cops to be like, they refuse to operate under that kind of like privacy intrusion. You're at work, asshole. Like, I'm not asking for it in your house or your car or like your private time. Just while you're on the duty.
Yeah. And then there is a question though, like I think camera could have been used successfully in Ferguson, but then
for sure.
The question also, then you go to New York, right? You saw Michael Brown die on camera, right? And still nothing. And so it's, I don't know. It's this weird mishmash. I don't. There's always going to be a problem.
The Michael Brown one's tricky though. Like
No, Michael Brown was the one in Ferguson, right?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Who's the guy in New
And
York?
then-
Oh,
The
wait.
other
What? Wait. Now I got to Google. No, yeah, Mike Brown was Ferguson, and then shit.
Two
Damn
cops
it.
got shot in Ferguson just a week and a half ago.
He's talking about the guy who got choked
Eric
to death
Garner.
in New York.
Eric Garner, thank you.
I had to look it up.
Yeah.
Eric Garner's the other one. And
Well, I completely invalidated my entire point. Next topic.
that guy died because he was so fat that he couldn't take even minimal rough handling, right? Hell, I've done videos for fun of me getting choked unconscious. It's on YouTube. And here I am. I haven't lost any brain cells at all, right? Right?
Oh,
But this guy died from less than I get a kick out of, right? It's
what happened again? That's when it was like he was selling bootleg cigarettes or something,
yeah,
and then
he was selling Lucy's. Apparently, he takes them out of the. He buys a pack and then he sells them one by one, and makes a profit on it.
Big business, corner in the market.
That was
evil.
No, the one in New York. That's the one that I couldn't believe happened, right? Just because there was video evidence, but
What did he do? I followed the Ferguson
That's the New
one.
York
in the
one.
end.
Yeah.
so the New York one, he's selling loose cigarettes. He ends up he's yelling at the cop, but then they end up putting it. Yeah, there's a whole video on it.
If I have the background right, and I sure hope I do, because they'll tell me if I don't. There was a fight, and Eric Garner was breaking up the fight or something like that. And then at one point, he was telling the police to back off, or I felt like he wasn't properly in the policeman's mind, kowtowing to what their control of the situation. And they're like, I know this guy. This is the asshole that sells loose cigarettes the day before. He had just been arrested. He had something like 30 felonies on his history. It's not like this guy's a choir boy, but or 30 arrests.
30 felonies?
No. I have that wrong. Like 30 arrests, a couple of them were felonies, including like assaulting the police and such. What'd you say?
Like Bonnie and Clyde or something. I was like, who was this guy?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, just
why did he get tackled and choked out?
So that's the big thing, is that they said that you're not supposed to do chokeholds. They said it wasn't a chokehold. I think I just linked you guys to the picture of what he was in. And then there was also the topic of he had been saying that he couldn't breathe, which then there was this whole argument of some people saying that if you say that, well, you are breathing, while other people say that it's you're talking, and so that uses up some air. And then people were talking about how much air it takes to be able to say something.
Hard science, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yes, very hard science. It was on Reddit, so I'm pretty sure it was all real.
So I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for years, and in there I've been choked out I've been choked all the way out twice, I think, plus another time on the video. And I've been nearly out many times, and certainly, like, I don't know how many, too many times to count, had a chokehold where if I didn't tap, I would have been choked out. So, you can't talk, period. There's no talking. When you're getting choked, you can't say tap, you have to tap. That's the deal. So if he's talking, he was breathing. And this comes from, like, 250 experiences with this, right? So,
but Woody, consider this. I read more than a few comments that
no, I mean
it's
also that obviously he had asthma. Like,
he had difficulty breathing. There were people sitting on his back.
Yeah.
He's belly down. There's people sitting on his back, and he's saying he can't breathe, right? And he died, but he was 350 pounds and 43 years old. The trouble was, part of the problem was he wasn't healthy enough to survive roughhousing.
I think saying that he can't breathe because he's able to talk is kind of like arguing semantics, because maybe what he meant to say was, I'm having a very difficult time catching my breath right now. I don't feel like I'm getting enough air. Mm-hmm. This feels a little bit like drowning because I'm not getting as much air as I want. He could breathe. I need. But he won't survive like this much longer. That was the situation, and he was obviously out of shape. It wasn't Lance Armstrong. They were roughhousing.
Right. Anyone on this call would have survived that. But
well, the question is also, would we have been treated the same? That's another question.
And also, you could say, like, shouldn't the policeman have identified that this guy was like 43 years old, 350 pounds? Maybe you can't rough him up the same way. If it was hypothetically some dude that was like 93 years old and 84 pounds, I would expect the cop to go light on him because he's fragile.
You never know. Every now and then you'll see they'll
yeah,
I'm just talking about just cops in general, but it'd be like 85-year-old man like pistol whipped in broad daylight for like lighting a cigarette or something. It's like it'll be like the stories are so ridiculous, and every time it's like one-upsmanship. It's like some cop in San Diego hear what that guy in Phoenix did? What? Caned a blind man to death with his own cane. Shit! How are we gonna top that? How are we gonna top that? Well, let's get some dogs. Let's get one of those service dogs that comforts the sick children, and let's kill that motherfucker. That'll show him. That's even worse than beating a blind man.
The homeless guy in Arizona, I thought that one was pretty extreme because there was video of it. They were like 25 feet away. They thought he had a knife. I don't know if he did or not, but
that was in the hills, right?
Yeah. And they just opened fire. And their equipment, holy fuck. They had like AR-15s from like 30 feet away, and they're just like, they shot them 14 times.
They were
safe.
They were armed to fucking teeth. It looked like they were going after Rambo.
Yeah, bulletproof vests. And I swear.
That makes them hard to like. Like if they're in their... I like the, Dick Van Dyke policeman when you're walking around, like, hey, look at this guy. But for stuff like Ferguson, I don't know if you guys watched the actual riots. Like, I was watching the live stream of it when it was happening. It was pretty fucking crazy.
Your hometown.
And my hometown. And so seeing all the cops like that, it kind of makes more sense because they would have got fucked up. Someone would have taken advantage of the situation and tried to hurt one of them if they didn't have armor or whatever.
I know a lot
of the time, you don't need that.
I'm friends with a lot of cops, and one of the things that I see in all of them is something that I have. We like gadgets. We like cool fucking guns. Like, all around my house, I've got examples of that. I got silencers and fucking muzzle brakes and things and flash enhancers and big extended magazines. And I shoot watermelons with mine, but like these guys are out there like enforcing the laws. And I never really think about it, but like one of my buddies has a knife that like clips onto his belt and it's shaped like a fucking velociraptor claw. And I'm just thinking like, why does he need a velociraptor claw? Like, if he's got to like disembowel a suspect, is that gonna like that's not a letter opener? Like, he's got it right there, and it's like in the trunk of his police cruiser. You know, he's got his AR with the EOTech and the suppressor, and he's got like 800 rounds of ammunition. It's like, you might not need that while you're at work.
Not all of them, but a lot of gun owners have sort of a make my day kind of thing. Like there's a fantasy, right? You're concealed carrying, you've got your gun on your hip. Some shady guy walks in the IHOP while you're eating your meal and you're like, wouldn't it be so perfect right now? You know, if he did something that needed a good shooting. Like
in IHOP?
You think so?
You wouldn't want more glory? Not like
right there in the IHOP.
You know, yeah, there are definitely people who are like, all right, if there's ever a home invasion at this house, holy smokes, he's going to be so dead. You know, I wish I could kill him twice. There are gun owners who have that mindset. And I feel like some of the gadget-heavy police might be in that wrong mindset, too.
Yeah.
So I know we're all gun owners. Phil, are you a gun owner?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you've got that mindset, though. It sounded like you...
No, I don't. I mean, I'm terrified at the idea of someone breaking into my house, but I like knowing that I could do something, right? I mean, that's my main thing. Like for me, it was a matter of do I want a handgun or do I just want a shotgun? That was it. It was just a matter of do I want something that
why not both?
No, and exactly why not both? Shotgun's perfect for Lindsay because she doesn't actually have to be able to aim that well, and if I get the right kind of ammo, I'm not worried about stuff going through the wall too bad. Mm-hmm. And that's really it. I mean, it's really for me, it's about personal safety. My shit. I mean, even I'm in a nice neighborhood now. My fucking car got broken into 2 days ago, and it's like and home invasions in our area are up 270%. People just knock. No answer, kick the door down and break in. We don't answer the door because sometimes we're just like upstairs. So it's good to know that we have the alarm for ourselves. So if the person breaking in is skittish, they leave. Or worst case scenario, we know and we can do something about it.
Does your alarm call the police? Maybe
yes.
This isn't something. All right. Well, I guess yes, it's okay to say.
No, and
they're fine, really.
And we have fail safes and stuff because people know to cut phone lines and people know to jam stuff. So it's like we have backups and secondary backups. Some fucking crazy paranoid person.
I just had to replace the battery on my alarm system. It looked like a mini car battery. Like I didn't know. It was like
We just got that taken. The moat put in.
Yeah, right. The alligators are still taken
fantastic.
To it.
Yeah. No, but I get terrified at the idea of having to take someone's life. But I do think, not to blame everything on having a child, I think it would be way easier now. To if I thought my kid was in danger, done.
Blow him away.
It takes away, I feel like, that human connection. At that point, it's a predator kind of situation. You have to do what you have to do.
You know what the baby did to me? It made me cautious. Like,
yeah,
like I don't know. I had motorcycles before the baby, and then afterwards, it's like I don't know if a man of my responsibilities should be driving around on a sport bike or something. And then I don't know. Just I think Kyle sometimes feels it on my behalf. Like we talk about. God, I keep wanting to throw a Molotov cocktail at a propane tank with a hole in it, and the propane's like squirting everywhere. And he's like, Woody, that's just not safe, and you shouldn't be doing that.
Or the plane. You're always like, I could get one of those ultralight planes and land it right in. I'm just like, Woody, let's pool our money and get a safe plane. Like, this ultralight business, like, you've got responsibilities. You're talking about getting into, like, a skeleton of aluminum.
Yeah, the go-kart of planes.
The go-kart of planes. Yeah, fuck that. No.
That's
Get
funny.
a real plane.
For the longest time, I thought Kyle might be a crazy person because of the video that you posted. I think it's the first video you ever had with a flamethrower. And it looked insanely unsafe the way that you were handling it.
100%.
Yeah.
Very unsafe. Yeah. I talked to the guy last week. He's coming this week. We're filming some stuff. I talked to him a week or so ago. It was the guy who had provided the flamethrower for that day. And I was like, dude, because it's been years since I've seen it. I was like, what was the deal with the flamethrower? I was terrified at the time. And still looking back, I was like, was that safe? He's like, well, mostly. Like, you weren't going to explode, but it was dripping, man. It was leaking everywhere.
It's dripping everywhere.
Why didn't somebody fix the leak?
I went to Kyle's, it's not his house, but it's near his house, and there was a flamethrower there. And I'm like, dude, a flamethrower. He's like, nah, I don't want to. That's not something you do without getting paid. That's no interest.
It looks miserable to shoot. Just like standing next to a furnace.
Yeah.
It's exactly like putting your head in the oven. Like if you've ever opened like a really hot 400 or 500 degree oven and just like, oh, that's unbearable. It's like that every time you pull the trigger, as long as you're holding the trigger. It's not fun. Not fun.
How long can you just hold the trigger down on one of those things? Like how quick will it run out?
It's got the one I was shooting was like a Vietnam era one, and it was loaded up with napalm, and it had maybe 25 seconds, 30 seconds worth of go juice, of like solid.
How long could you hold down the trigger before it was just unbearable and you had to stop?
I don't know. You could go back and watch the video. I probably held it as long as I could. I know there's parts where I'll like release and like take a step or two forward, and like I'm happy for those like that respite of not being. The hair was gone off my hands.
Took a step or two forward to walk away from the puddle of burning napalm.
Yeah,
with your Vietnam flamethrower.
Let me just destroy everything real fast. Be right back.
Yeah. I've had this idea for a company for several years now, and the idea was basically I looked at what it cost to make flamethrowers. It cost about $1,500 worth of raw materials, a little bit of know-how, but not as much as you would think, and no licensing whatsoever, and I mean none. You don't need a license at all to make them, buy them, or sell them. Just think of it like a propane grill. It's the same classification. Like, even less. There's less certification on these than there is a propane grill. They'd make you make those things safe. So I was like, yeah, we $1,500 each. Get a fucking assembly line, build 10 of these things. We sell them for $5-6 grand a pop. Like usually they're $8 or $9 grand. We corner the market on this thing. And the best part is the name of the company, Georgia Thermal Solutions. I was
so misleading.
And everybody's like, well, you can't own that. He's like, it's going to get sued as soon as somebody blows themselves up. I was like, that's the best part. Jeremy, you want to own a company? Oh, hell yeah, man. I ain't never owned a company before. Well, come here. Had that idea for a while, like making the flamethrower company, but everyone tells me it's just too much liability, but I don't think so.
They just have no faith in limited liability companies.
Sell them as just replicas. They're not replicas, but don't use it. Keep it full and look at it, but don't use it.
I think you just got to be careful about who you sell to, and usually the kind of person who's dropping $10,000 on a toy isn't a psycho. They're going to go back to their place and do it safely and enjoy it with the rest of their really expensive toys.
That's not weird. A safe assumption.
Yeah. No, that's not. I know so many crazy rich people just would kill themselves.
I like rich people.
You don't or you do?
I do. Yeah. As a concept, you hear about rich people and it's like, they're politically bent and they're, I don't know, the puppeteers just ruining the world. But then you spend time with them, they're hilarious, they're generous, they're charismatic, they're like, you can have a good time hanging out with a rich guy. You probably like it. I mean, probably a lot of people here have done it, but yeah, I've never met a rich guy where that was like a bad time with him.
Yeah, well, you three are certainly good, unbiased sources for this, aren't you?
I mean,
I grew up fucking despising anyone that had money, and that was because everyone I had met with that had money when I was growing up was just a huge tool bag. Because most of the time, especially like in North Carolina or Florida, your money goes a long way. So once people had money, a lot of people just felt free to be these huge assholes, right? They were always right. Everyone else was always lesser.
For the record,
I mean, very much like
this barber.
Wait, actually, how much in general did that, as a total, did your haircut cost?
Not counting your pride. No.
Not.
I think it was $17, and I tipped 3 more.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're great.
For both as a group
20
deal.
That's,
No.
You know what?
So we
$20
paid
haircut.
40
You got a good
altogether.
deal.
We paid I paid 20 for me and 20 for Colin. We walked out with 40.
$20 looks like an '80s backup dancer.
What a bargain!
I feel like I'm gonna be the diva here. Wait, how much do you guys pay for your haircut?
15.
15.
I've been paying 20, but I've never been happier than when I had a guy. It was like $65 or something like that. I felt like he did a really fucking good job, but I just don't live near him and where he works anymore. So I go to Cost Cutters now and get a $20 haircut because I found one lady who doesn't fuck it up every time.
Oh no.
Kyle's hair game is strong. Merca sits in the dark.
How much is your haircut? I will not judge as long as it's less than $1.50.
I hate you so much.
How much is your haircut? Give it up.
Wait, a buck, like 150.
Yeah, 150.
I
Yeah.
thought you were saying my haircut was worth $1.50 because it looks.
No.
Fuck you, Kyle.
No, I like your hair. It's like halfway to Super Saiyan.
No. It's
What is Super Saiyan? That's spit by.
I just do that and hold my breath. No, it's I think it's 50, and then I tip everyone well, so it comes to a buck. It comes to 100.
Really? So you tip another 50?
I love this. Like, she does the best haircut as far, because normally, like, sometimes I get like
a strong tip game.
for haircuts. Yes, for servers, I usually do a lot, just because I'm a former server. But I always feel bad because I feel I never carry cash, and so I end up never tipping the people that clean hotel rooms. And I heard you're supposed to do that, and I feel like
it depends on the mess I leave. Sometimes if I've only been there like a night, like all I gotta do is like, I don't know, get a few wrappers together and put them in a trash can, and like, I mean, they gotta make the bed, but that's it. But if I've really like had like lots of room service and the drapes are like tied in a knot so the sun can't come in and shit, like I'll leave them like 15 or 20 bucks, something like that.
Yeah.
It depends on how nice the hotel is as well.
I think the only time I've ever tipped was we had just done DeFranco Does Dublin, which was our live show, and it wasn't from my room. It was my producer's room. He ended up meeting a lady that night, and it was the most
Blood and
trash.
semen everywhere.
No, I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck these people did. There was 10 condoms just thrown about the room. I don't know.
Probably had sex 10 times.
Wait a second. That's what you do with condoms?
Or a balloon animal.
Son
party.
of a bitch. No, and that was the only
But
time
a ribbed giraffe.
So big tipper. Well, in any of these cases, I think you would have gotten a better haircut than that. I would hold a grudge against this man who did this to you. I feel like your haircut qualifies as a hate crime.
I wanted to come back. I have had like usually it's while I'm showering, imaginary conversations with him. Like, I want you to know, if another white guy walks through this door, you are unqualified to handle the situation. You don't shave hairlines. You just cut it down to size. Shorter on the sides, longer on the top. This is universally agreed upon in the white world.
What happens in the imaginary conversation after you go off on this guy in his own store, and they're all sitting there reading the newspaper, staring at you?
It's gone this way.
Larry Bird motherfucker.
Where like the fellow barbers are like, "Hey, where do you get off saying that? What? You know I'm right, right?" That's how it goes down. And then they're like, "Well, you're gonna have to deal with this on your own. You fucked up the man's hair."
Oh, you think that would be the end of it?
In the imaginary conversation, yeah, that's how that goes.
The only thing I've ever had where I felt like a barber was like stepping over a boundary. Like, hey, you should have asked like that. There was a lady once who like trimmed my eyebrows. Like, she set the like buzz clippers on like some guard and then just and like so that each eyebrow hair could only be yay long or whatever she'd set it to. And I was just like, she like dusted them with a little eyebrow duster, I suppose. And she was like, "It's good, no?" And I was just like, "Yeah, that is good."
Was it?
Oh,
yeah,
so you were a fan.
Yeah, I was fine with what she had done. I was like, yeah, okay, I can see that. A little sharp there. All right, cool. But God damn it, Olga, you gotta ask before you do stuff like that.
And then another thing, I like my haircuts quick, right? Like I'm unique in this way, but I judge them as much on how long they took as I do on how it came out. A lot of people are not like this at all. They actually, or if they do judge, they want it to take a while.
I got all day.
Yeah, not me. If you could somehow just rip the sides, a number 2, shorten the top, and it took you like 5 to 7 minutes, I will never go to another barber. You the man. You know, like
7 minutes?
Oh,
That
I would be
awesome.
totally behind 7 minutes. I hate that forced conversation.
Yeah.
I hate it. Just, what do you want to do at the top? I don't know. Just make me look like an adult man who puts his hair to the side. Give me the adult man.
Yes.
Oh, well, how have you been doing this week? I don't know. I don't care. Just let me look at pictures of your ugly
Caucasian
kids
number
next to
4.
this fucking container of blue liquid.
Now.
I also don't like how audacious they get with sideburns. I'm not even asking.
Yeah, I got my hair cut in Florida, and again, it was like kind of a bad neighborhood. And she's like, the back of my hair with the clippers, like it's hard to do.
Like
And I'm like,
scooping ice cream.
yeah, and I'm like, oh God, like like relax on your clipper game. And she's like, oh. Again, I can't say a thing without feeling like I'm borderline right. But she's like, if the Mexicans came in here and I didn't work hard at it, they'd feel like they didn't get their value. And I was like, no, don't worry about that with me. Just stop hurting me. So,
my haircut takes an hour.
An hour? I wouldn't come back.
You get the haircut. Right, and then you get like a hand massage, and then they do a scalp rub. It's just for me, my do I call them a barber if it's a woman? Stylist? I don't know.
An esthetician.
An esthetician.
Wait, that's a thing?
Yes, it is.
I don't know if
learned
that's
a new word.
But like, for me, she's essentially my therapist. I just bitch the entire time. If anyone ever wanted like. What is it? Keemstar's drama alert. Just has to go to my stylist. Fucking floodgates open. My career's probably over. I just vent. It's good. It's
If
good
they
time.
try to talk to me, I'm polite, but it's like kind of like a wrap it up. Like, hey, what do you think of those Red Sox? Oh,
No,
Red
I'm
Sox.
like-
Yeah, they don't like the Yankees. I don't really follow baseball.
No, I'm like, Tara, how's the husband? Oh, your father's coming in town, right? Oh, you gonna go camping? Like, it's a relationship at this point.
See, I wish I could enjoy that, but I don't. The most I will give a barber or whoever is like a bigger than average exhale for a laugh, where they're like, "Oh, it's been crazy today," and I go, like that's about what I give barbers. And you know what else I do? You know when they make you put your fucking head in the basin and they walk behind you and then use the little thing to spray you off after the haircut? I leave my eyes open. I stare them. I stare them right in the eyes when they do that. I don't close my eyes. I want them to be as uncomfortable as I am. I look them right in the eyes while they're washing my hair, and I ask for a conditioner.
If they try to wash my hair, I know that's not a facility for me. Like no.
I feel like rule number 1, anyone in the service industry, you don't fuck with, because they can fuck with you and you don't know it. That's
what are they gonna do? Give me the mint tea julep instead of the strawberry fucking conditioner I wanted? Once the haircut's done, it's over. you can't ruin me. So I have tip power now.
Every person that you go to, is it always a new person?
I've 3 different people I've gotten at the one place. Dude, I go.
You gotta get that. I drive another 10 miles now that my girl moved. That's a life thing.
I wish I had a person that I trusted. There's one lady in particular that I kind of hope she's there, but there's one lady that if she's there, I'll just leave. And I've walked in and been like, hey, is so and so like the one I want? I've asked for her by name, and they'll be like, no, she ain't in today. I can do it though. And I'm just like, no thanks. And she's like, no, really, I got my chair right open. And I'm just like, no thanks. And she's like, why? And I was like, because you ruined it last time.
Yeah, my favorites in my phone, it's my wife, my dad, my accountant, and then my hairstylist. That's it. Sorry.
Wow.
I don't care what it is.
You and my mom had the same phone book.
Yes. I'm proud.
I go to the same guy. He's the owner of the barbershop. And he's open every day that the barber's open. I just go there, and he limps on over. He cuts my hair. I don't know his name, and I like it that way.
Wow.
Same guy that committed the hate crime against you?
No. See, like I said, I bought a new house. So I was trying to.
Right.
I was trying to.
Woody
like,
doesn't go to that side of town anymore.
I was trying to duplicate this relationship, and it's not happening.
How far away is the old relationship?
40 minutes.
But it's 40 minutes of North Carolina driving, so
It's
like actual
like
distance.
60 miles.
Actual distance. Okay. I was like, what? So like 10 miles?
Exactly, right? Yeah.
It's like 60 miles or 40 minutes, something like that. Maybe 50 miles.
So, do you talk to your dentist at all, too, Phil?
No,
Because
but
that's worse than anything.
My dentist is awesome.
No, so I was terrified of dentists because every experience I had ever had was terrible, and then it turns out, this guy that's half a mile away from me, best, not even best dentist, best healthcare provider I've ever dealt with, and so like if you can make me laugh as I'm terrified, I have like this. I don't know if you guys have random fears about the dentist. It's almost like in the past those people kind of got off on weird pain, and this guy like he took like 30 minutes to numb the shit out of my face, and then I was like, okay, I'm here. And the worst part about it maybe was that he tried to have a conversation with me and I couldn't move my mouth. That was it.
Have you had a root canal? I was going to ask what you had,
No.
but I'm
No,
specifically interested in root canals with the group.
No,
I've never had one.
so yeah, I've been looking at Twitter. You've had it? Oh no, I've been looking at Twitter,
It's
and there's
not
a lot
that
of
bad.
there's a lot of new successful tubers that have the kind of same thing where they haven't gone to the dentist in 6 to 10 years, and I'm seeing root canals from gamers left and right.
Wow.
And so luckily, I had 3 tiny cavities, and it was done in an hour.
So one of my upper molars, like the molar that's right here, basically, it had a cavity in it. The cavity had been filled. The filling had fallen out, and basically one day I was eating like something chewy, like caramel or something, and half the tooth just broke out, and I was just like, there's some of my tooth, and I was just like, it's not that bad. I'm fine. I'll just not chew there. And so then every time a bit of food would get there, it was like, I'd have to like fish a hook or a toothpick out of my pocket and like get it out so I could go on not being insane. So finally I was like, all right, let's go do this root canal thing. It really wasn't that bad. I've had worse experiences, I would say. I've definitely
Did you get the gas?
No. They gave me a couple of shots and then they started drilling, and it feels like your tooth is vibrating because they're grinding out all of the inside of your tooth, drilling the root out all the way down, and then filling it all up with like a plastic sort of silicone, like I don't know, they're like a mini caulking gun. They're filling my tooth up with goo.
Putty.
And they put a fake cap on it, and then I never went back to get the real one put on, and it fell out the other day.
So you got a time limit.
At least you didn't have that Jericho moment. Did you
That
see
was funny, just right out of his mouth.
Oh, yeah. I did see that.
That was funny.
Yeah, he was playing while he was live streaming, and his tooth popped out on stream, right?
Yeah, man.
And then he continued to play, clutched it, and won the game. And he was like,
That's how you do it.
tooth.
Not worth it.
But it could have gone the other way. He could have like been embarrassed. It was like his front center tooth, if I remember right. And he could have been embarrassed. He could have like, no. But that's not how it happened at all. He's like, yeah, tooth fell out.
No, I think he owned it, and I think even one of his Twitch emoticons is him without his fucking teeth. It's so awesome.
Yeah.
It's so
Tucker
awesome. I love
doesn't
him.
seem like the type to care about that.
Right? Yeah.
Once you own it, you're not vulnerable to it.
Guess what? We make money from the internet. That's pretty. It's pretty awesome. We don't have to care about anything. At least anything superficial like that.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, this is the moment my dentist won me over, right? So my teeth are pretty good. They don't, like, I've got a crooked one, so that's an issue. And but I floss every day. I'm 42, and I've had like one cavity. And but
You floss every day. Be real with me, Woody. You're not at the office.
How many times do you brush a day?
once
7.
or twice. But I floss almost like every meal. I've got like I got a little thing in my car. I've got one in my backpack. I've got one here. Nearest
Oh,
floss?
goody two shoes.
Right
I
here.
went to the dentist this morning and I got scolded for it. And because I didn't lie to him. He said, "How often do you floss?" And I said,
Never.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
like, how often do you floss? And I'm like, every
Whenever
day,
something gets stuck
and I'm,
real bad.
I'm better
Yeah.
at it than you. You know, like, and
You just gotta do it a week ahead of time, and you're good. You can lie.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So, but I had a crooked tooth, and I was talking to her about it, and I was like, my subscribers are making fun of me for it. Like, what does it take to get it fixed and stuff? And,
You're what?
Yeah,
subs are making
right. And she's like, what?
Well,
And I
I'm
was
just
like,
a
I
person
have
with
this.
a real life with real problems. What's that?
I have this YouTube channel, and these people watch my videos, and they're all giving me shit. And she hates my subs. She's like, what? What horrible people. They're awful, awful, rotten people to their soul. And she's like insulting like the very core of their essence and morality. And that was the moment that I liked her.
All right, so I have some AMA questions.
Go-
But I feel
Same
like I've
ones.
got to pee so goddamn bad.
Oh,
because
drink.
I ran right into the house and started the show with you without peeing, and then so I'm gonna do that,
Okay.
and I'll be
All
right back.
Post the AMA questions. Where are those?
Yeah, let me
Yeah,
give you
yeah.
those.
Are these the same ones, or did we get more?
They're the same ones,
it's
I
the
think.
same ones.
But we only did like 3 of the 50
Yeah.
or something. So there's
You didn't
plenty.
do many.
I'm
Kyle's a slow copy paster.
Yeah, I am. Well, I've got a bunch of windows open. It's a little confusing at a glance.
That's right. I mean, it takes a couple minutes.
Any good internet videos you've found this week, Kyle? Anything worth sharing?
Here it is, we
Anything
just
really,
got it.
really fucked up?
Let me think about that. I'll be right back.
Well,
All right, let's see. Oh, when does Game of Thrones start? Is it end of April? Last week in April?
I'll
Who
have
knows?
to look that up. Game of Thrones season 5, right? Ah, shucks. Oh wait, or is season 6 coming out?
No, they're on season 4,
They did 4 and 5 is starting, right?
they're doing-
April 12th.
5 on. Yep,
April 12th is the answer.
nice. Sooner than
Yeah.
I thought.
I'll never get them done in time. It's worthless now. And the third book is 47 hours.
Yeah, dude. You can't just pick up the actual book instead of the audiobook. That's the only shitty thing about the audiobook is you have to listen to that old fuck read at his pace.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you read
I
it,
love
Phil?
audiobooks though. No, I haven't read that, but I've been going through a bunch of books, but through like audible.com just because now I ride my bike to work and it takes an hour. So a normal sized book, it just takes me a week. It's nice, it's solid.
You
it's
ride
done.
your bike an hour to work daily? Is it an hour
Well,
each way?
Yeah, an hour each way. I haven't done it the past 2 weeks just because we were so busy and kind of recovering from the wedding. But yeah, I mean, once we get back from the honeymoon, which I leave for on Monday, I'm going right back to it.
Ooh, where are you going for the honeymoon?
Bora Bora. I've only seen a picture of a hut over water. I don't know where the
Yeah,
hell
I was
it
going
is.
to ask if it was that place. Are you staying in the hut over water?
I think I don't know. I like to be. I didn't even know the location of my wedding beforehand. I like being surprised. I don't have much in my life to be
You
surprised
just wanted to
about.
spend the whole day with your hairdresser, just dishing.
Just talking, just a couple of girls.
Here, I'm gonna show you guys. This, I think, might be where he's doing his wedding. How amazing are these places?
You know what? If
I'm not
you're
wedding,
able to
reception.
afford to fly there to stalk me, it's almost impressive enough. I'm just like,
I've seen other ones too, where you actually
saw-
swim to the hut. The hut doesn't have paths like
oh,
this.
does it not? No, yeah. So I don't know. This is the only picture. Actually, I think, yeah, this is like one of the only pictures I've ever seen. I think I saw, and I think that was when I saw Justine went to one. Like Justine. I don't know. I'm mainly excited about just being disconnected. Like during that week, almost all the tweets from my account will probably be from the SourceFed team promoting videos and stuff like that. But I'm excited. One of the best trips I ever took was a friend let me go Lindsay and I room in their extra room on Royal Caribbean, and at the time I didn't have enough money to even afford the internet there. And I was just disconnected. The only way that I was connected in any way was I had my little like hand-me-down Kindle, and I would just download books, and we just get drunk on free booze near the pool, and then we'd take a small little 2-hour nap, and then we'd go party. And it kind of reminded me of, I don't know, back in the day when I, had a MySpace and I didn't really go online that much, and it was nice. It was nice. I wasn't constantly thinking about.
Will you really do it? Like I'm thinking, like you can afford an internet connection now, right?
I'm gonna try.
I can totally see it's his honeymoon. He'll tweet that like I just had sex video.
Yeah, I just. For a second, I thought that was a different person. Wait, the I just had sex video?
Yeah, it was a Saturday Night Live thing. You're not familiar with it?
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant because there's like a whole weird Twitter that's dedicated to awkward after sex photos that people post.
Well, do you know where? Like, can you link it? For science.
Well, I would Google it, but my Chrome browser has fallen to shit because my lovely wife tried to download some things while I was at the office. So I got a bunch of really cool spam instead of the websites I'm trying to go to.
Is it sex selfies at sex selfies?
It might be sex selfies.
Anything is better as a forum than last week's masturbate to pictures of dead people. Or
these are during sex photos.
No, it's supposed to be after. Let's see, sex selfie.
It must be a different account.
No, the yeah, whoa.
Yeah, this is definitely during. After sex hashtag.
Man. Hey, thank you though. I'm a fan of the GIFs they're posting, or the GIFs, either way.
Oh wait, is it
Link it.
After sex selfie X?
Oh wait, no, you're talking about after sex selfies. I thought you were talking about this.
Really I did fast. It first. I switched.
If you go to sex selfies, go to March 12th. That chick's face is hilarious. Anyway.
Jesus, look at that back.
Yeah, he went to the after sex one. Yeah, she got March 12th.
So are you guys on after or before? The first one from March 16th. Her face looks funny, and it looks like that guy. It looks like Gollum. Like he's trying to find the ring.
Do you think the guy that started the after sex selfies one started it because he was angry the guy like already took the one of during sex selfies? He was like, well, fuck you.
The one guy has two girls in his.
I think.
Well, at that point, you have to take a picture, right? You have to. You're like, come on, let's be honest.
I mean, the tripod's right there.
Yeah, here, I can definitely share this. Check out this. Here, I'll link it. Kyle saw it already, but good lord, don't mess with cougars. That seems like it might have like been a real live cougar. Like,
oh man, the first tweet, I'm like, those front teeth though. Oh my god.
I mean, who doesn't like a little bit of that?
Wow.
Wait. The classy individual that Snapchatted weren't too haps with the anal.
I know, right?
And she's like, fuck you.
Oh, hang on. This is my favorite one. This is the best. This is the winner. I'm linking.
No,
God damn
it. I didn't know if you were going to link.
There's extra steps and my keyboard's on the floor. Yeah, there you go.
That's why. Oh, you linked literally the...
Oh, God damn it. Well, it doesn't.
Remove us one more step and just link us to Google so we can search Twitter.
So what you want to do is go to Twitter. It's the one that's got
the date.
May 8th.
Okay. Which one? Is it the black and white one?
It's the one with the guy with the cool pillow. When you'll see it.
She does look like Miley Cyrus.
No.
Oh my god! Wait. Oh, I think you're talking about the guy with the smiley face.
I'm talking about the guy whose pillow is the woman. He's in bed alone.
Those like women pillows, like a body pillow.
Oh, because on May 8th, there's a guy that drew a girl's face on his hand.
I see that. Below him, like 3.
This is sad.
Yeah, the one that says "You lucky man."
Well, May 8th was a busy day.
Yeah, it was. That was a sad day in a lot of people's lives.
Could be a guy, could be a girl. YOLO. Oh, here's the hand one.
I have these AMA questions if you'd like now.
All right.
I like this one. If you were in Game of Thrones, who would you pledge your service to?
It's too loaded of a question, Kyle. Couldn't possibly answer.
Well, because
Probably
my answer will be based on the HBO series and not the books, because I haven't read them yet.
I think it'd probably be the same.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just
You think so? With like the arcs and stuff, the change. Well, because I definitely wouldn't say Dinklage, but maybe now.
I'm trying to think of a reason to go with anyone other than the Starks.
the Lannisters
Which
have a
Stark?
ton of money, and they've got a lot of political interest and influence.
Which Stark are you going to pledge your service to?
Well, I would say Ned and then Rob after.
Well, they're both dead. Okay,
Spoilers.
So one.
Yeah,
Don't
so-
listen to
You
recent.
have to pick one.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So post Rob, and post Catelyn. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Now that
people
the main ones that are like pledge worthy are dead.
Yeah, right.
Which-
I don't want
which
to pledge to
children-
Arya.
Arya, Sansa, I guess you could. I mean, Jon Snow kind of counts.
he
sort
kind
of.
of counts.
No,
Why not?
you can't. He's a brother of the Night's Watch.
And he's a bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Starks aren't looking too hot.
There's that
Right
uncle,
now.
but he's Night's Watch too.
I would go with what's his face, Littlefinger, right?
Littlefinger, yeah.
Nice.
Littlefinger's totally not the good guy.
I would
Oh, he's
pledge-
totally.
No. He's not a good guy, but we're doing this for like self-preservation, right? Because we want to be the most powerful person in the land, and we're trying to.
Well, you can
Politic
choose your
our
own
way in.
motivation. I'm trying to choose someone I wouldn't pledge my loyalty to some dick. So Daenerys, maybe.
I feel like that's
Nah.
probably the go-to now. But I'm going with Littlefinger, and I'm hoping that I'm, even though I know at that point I'm a tool that he keeps around.
Yeah, a tool that he can use and make rich in some castle somewhere
Yeah.
while you're just slaying it.
And he's not pushing me down a giant asshole.
I need a cause I can believe in. And Littlefinger's not that guy. Tyrion's not that guy. Stannis is. It's like Stannis doesn't seem so evil to me, but
I feel like the Night's Watch have it pretty good, especially like if you could get a cushy job up there, like the job that Sam has, like looking after Meister Aemon or whatever, the old
Yeah, he
blind
just
guy.
has to be fat in the wilderness. That's his
Dude.
job.
from what I hear, his job's open.
That's I think that's the best job. Like you don't have to worry about someone. It doesn't matter where you were born in the world, or whether you're a bastard or a raper or a nobleman. Everybody's kind of the same there, and nobody really gives you any shit as long as you carry your own weight. And there are whorehouses.
Wait, no, you
Yeah,
can't.
but imagine the caliber
No,
of
that's
woman you're getting
bullshit.
up there
The show
by
lied
wall.
to you. You should. What do you get into? By the time you're done with book 2, they lots of whores for the Night's Watch.
'Cause
All
they-
the whores you could want down in Molestown.
They almost got rid of someone for the girl. I'm trying to remember.
Because he got her pregnant, maybe, or something crazy like that. But the rest of them, they're just letting them have all the whores they want, and like it's like lots of whores.
That is a good selling point.
I mean, but it is a lifelong commitment. You're going to have to cycle through the same prostitutes probably after the first few weeks if you're going that often.
It's Game of Thrones, so the child prostitution is allowed. So there's a new crop every year coming up, and you could always go off and live with the wildlings. That's sort
So
of
there's
an
like a
option.
prostitute university nearby, constantly filling the
more
warrens
like
with
more like a
potential.
prostitute daycare. Like they'll
Oh,
be
that's
there.
less fucked up, yeah.
Yeah. So the Night Watch seemed to have it pretty good to me. I think I would. Obviously, it's cold, but if you're like I don't know, what if you were like a carpenter in the Game of Thrones world? Would you rather be the kind of carpenter that, like, if you fuck up or if Joffrey's just having a bad day, he's gonna like have you burnt or something? Or would you rather be on the wall where they're like, "Good job, Woody. You did a good carpentry job. We're gonna make you master of carpenters from now on." Fuck yeah, I earned that. Like I feel like the Night's Watch is just the way to go.
I like the
Sounds
way that you're
awful.
describing it, that the Night's Watch is just a bunch of slow people. Just like, great job, Chibby.
They are. Like,
They are not the cream of the crop. That's one of the issues with the Night Spot. So my
That's why you would rise. That's what Jon Snow's thing is. Like here's a nobleman coming in who's like had all the benefits of higher education.
he can
of
read,
his-
right? And he's
Yeah.
relatively
But
intelligent.
he
He's
can't
skilled with the
actually
sword.
rise
Yeah,
at
all those skills
He's going
are-
to be the king of a band of former rapists.
That's the challenge.
Criminals.
So, let me tell a dumb story. My father-in-law was a fireman, and he didn't like being a fireman. He hated it. He was a fireman in Paterson, New Jersey. And the hardest part about the job was like the fact that most of his coworkers were like overly macho asshole dipshits. Like my father-in-law was really strong. He had like 18-inch biceps, and he owned a weightlifting club and stuff like that. And they were always wanting to like challenge him to bench press contests and stuff like that. And he's like, I'd rather just be cooking. Like I feel like if I was the Night's Watch, that's the challenge I would have. That I'd be surrounded by like rapers and assholes and like this just
sucks.
Idiots.
And then of course the poor I was sent here because I was stealing a loaf of bread for my poor sick mom.
See, that person I could probably get along with, but his teeth are rotted out. He's never had an education, and
and he's probably a little bitch because he didn't get fed at all as a kid.
Yeah. On the other hand, like even Daenerys, who's maybe the nicest one left, she doesn't seem to be a very good leader. She's incompetent.
No, she just demands ships and dictates what people need to do. There's no initiative. That's why I don't like her as much. It's just give me ships, give me this, give me that. Take me to Westeros.
I'm the mother of dragons. I deserve this. She's got an entitlement thing.
She's a child. Yeah. They're all children. You have to keep that in mind with the whole thing. They're all like 14 or 15 years old. Like Arya's like 10.
Yeah, you have to add a few years because otherwise it doesn't make any goddamn sense. There's no 10-year-olds running around doing what Arya's doing. Just add 5 years.
I don't know the story well enough, but what the hell is Joffrey's younger brother's name? Tommen?
Tommen.
Yes. Good job.
Maybe Tommen's worthy.
Maybe he is.
I don't know.
I feel like he's just prime for manipulation.
Yeah, the queen's pushing Tommen's buttons now that Tywin has been taken out.
Tywin's taken out. Tyrion's on the run. I guess you would be essentially pledging to Cersei at that point.
Yeah,
totally.
So that would suck.
Yeah.
And not very many good options. Maybe just pledge it to Stannis or the Red Woman. Hope she's right. Go all in.
The one thing about the Red Woman is at least it's real. Like, the people are really coming back to life.
Yeah, like she's got
people are dying.
Demons coming out of her vagina in season 2, and meanwhile all the other gods are like, look at this old man's face on a tree. Clearly carved.
They got vagina demons over there. I'm out of here. Go into the forest, my ass.
There's demons coming out of her vagina. Who were the people that did the sword fight? Did the Hound kill one of them and they brought him back, or some knight killed a guy in a cave?
Hound and the Viper. Or no, the Mountain and the Viper. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
The scene is like indoors in a cave or something, and a guy gets killed, and they bring him back. And he's been killed a bunch of times.
Oh, Beric Dondarrion and the Hound. Yeah.
Yeah. Shocking. I didn't remember Beric Dondarrion's name.
I know. Get on my level.
When it comes to names, I'm on my own level.
Have you progressed at all in book 2 yet?
Have I what in book 2?
Have you progressed? In book?
Yeah, not as much as I'd like. I can tell you where I am. On book 2, this won't be much longer. 29 and a half hours in, so 7.5 hours to go.
I am almost 14. I'm 14 hours ahead. I'm increasing my lead now.
Are you?
Wait, Kyle, you're on book 3 still, or book 2?
3.
Book 3, 7 hours in. So is your goal to finish 3 by the middle of April?
No, it's 47 and a half hours long. Like, at first, I've had that inkling. I was like, hey, maybe I could finish book 3 before the show premieres. And then I did what I just did. I looked, 47 hours when the last one was 37 and the first one was like 34 maybe? Like, 47 is substantially more than 37 if you've ever listened to 37 hours of audiobook.
You'll listen to this one faster, though.
I'm really liking it. I'm 7 hours in.
Not true. I'll listen to it in 47 hours. It'll take forever.
I do 2 to 3 hours a day, and I might get it knocked out. We'll see.
Every day I do an hour plus, like an hour 15, and then if I can, I listen to midday as well.
I like to listen to it when I'm in bed, I'll always listen to it until I get tired.
I listen to Feast for Crows. On shuffle for about 5 chapters. And I was so confused because like the first chapter came in and I was like, oh, this is so sweet, a new character. And he was doing a bunch of shit that like it seemed like it had set up for. And I was like, oh my god, what happened at the end of the last book? And I went back and like read that one because I read that.
You told me you're like, it's kind of hard. There's a lot of new characters.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it was really confusing. Like just people had no idea who they were.
All right, so if you've never heard Roy Dotrice's audiobooks, every chapter begins with a character's name. So he'll be rocking along. He'll be like, and the night was dark and cold, and she was alone. And he'll pause for a moment, and then he'll go, John. And you'll begin John's chapter. So it would be very easy to start one of these audiobooks on shuffle, like he said, and just not notice it because it bounces around like that all the time.
I want
like
a little
it doesn't
finger
say chapter 1. It just says Arya.
I want to go back to AMA, but there has never been a Littlefinger chapter. Like he's the most interesting character, one of the most interesting characters in the whole storyline, but you never really hear what he's thinking or planning or whatever. You just hear about what he did through other people's storylines. And it's like, man, I want some Littlefinger insight.
I don't think you'll get a chapter from him. Just like I don't think you'll get a chapter from Varys. The guy, eunuch.
Yeah.
The eunuch.
They know too much.
Even though he doesn't have balls,
plot is
sounds a little gay.
You know what confused me? So, the maester that works for Tyrion betrayed him, and he knew this because Varys knew his secret, which meant that the maester, like, he gave like a different letter and instruction to a bunch of different people, and the maesters got leaked.
Yeah.
But Varys has that like wizard in a box that figures out secrets for him, so the maester didn't necessarily leak.
No, it's not a wizard in a box that figures out secrets for him.
There's so much wrong with what you said.
Fuck you all. No.
Okay.
So there is a wizard in a box.
There's a man in a box.
In this show. I don't think I've seen the man in the box in the book yet, assuming that he exists in the book. They did talk about the day that he got cut and stuff, but he never showed us the wizard in the box. But Varys has proven to be able to figure things out that shouldn't be able to be figured things out. So I feel like he's using a freaking Snow White mirror somewhere.
No. Okay, so Viserys would never use magic because he hates it so much. He hates nothing in the world more than magic. It seems that he hears things that he shouldn't see because they're basically just talking about how good his intel is, because he's got spies everywhere. There's literally like eyes poking out of paintings and shit like that. He's just well informed. There is nothing magical about anything Viserys does or will do. He had that guy in the box
many times. Taylor, can you confirm or deny what he's saying? Is it literally just human spies that are figuring all this stuff out for Varys or Varys or whatever?
I mean, it's supposed to be human spies, as far as I can understand. But I mean, if some of his spies are using little witchy maneuvers on their own, I suppose that's magic contributing to it.
You know how we all thought that Daenerys had resistance to fire?
Well, we know that.
She doesn't.
No, she does.
Here's the thing. The thing where she was in the pyro whatever and she hatched the eggs, right?
In the fire, yeah.
That's a one-time event. She's not actually invulnerable to fire. She likes warm baths. You know the thing where she was able to hold that burning egg and like it burned everyone else, but she was fine with it? Mm-hmm. They really imply that this woman is like fireproof. And they asked R.R. Martin about it, George R.R. Martin or whatever, and he's like, no, she's not fireproof. That's not a thing.
I need a link to
the bonfire was a one-time event.
Yeah, I didn't know this was a one-time special ability.
Because she exerts this ability like she's done it like 5 different times where she's been basically fired.
Didn't she do it at the House of the Undying or whatever? Where the dragons were all going fucking that shit, and she was still around the dragons, not getting burned.
She said she felt the warmth of the flames or something like that, and the dragons are literally burning people who are like grabbing her and like all over her.
Yeah,
like,
knowing George R.R. Martin, he was describing it like she felt the warmth of the dragons, as warm as a chicken pot pie that your mother made with goose liver, all on the side, crisp with bacon. All of his fucking...
Heaping mounds of mashed potatoes.
So here, the question is, twice in the book, Daenerys has been in situations where it's reasonable to expect that she'd have been burned to death or at least seriously injured, and she came out unharmed. The first time was in the funeral pyre. The second time was within Dance with Dragons when she's exposed to dragon's fire. And it goes on and gets wordy. Martin replies, they call it the word of God. Some fans are reading too much into the scene of Game of Thrones where the dragons are born, which is to say it was never the case that all Targaryens are immune to fire at all times. And here he goes on and says, it gives me a chance to clear up a common conception. Targaryens are not immune to fire. The birth of Dany's dragons was a unique, magical, wondrous miracle. She's called the Unburnt because she walked into the flames and lived, but her brother sure as hell wasn't immune to the molten gold.
Okay.
Will she be able to do it again? George R.R. Martin, probably not. So I only brought that up because...
I don't think you're interpreting that correctly, though. It sounded to me like what he was saying is that a lot of fans think that all Targaryens are just invulnerable to flame because Dany did it. But it was a unique event. It's just Dany who can do this. Viserys got burnt by the crown. Any normal Targaryen would have. Dany is special. That's what I'm hearing there. There's just no way. I wish the question had been asked more pointedly. Because
no, it's because there are other ones. It's not just Dany. Like Rhaegar, her older brother, he was like the one they called the last dragon.
I have another quote from the Word of God. The phrase blood of the dragon refers to a typical Targaryen features, silvery gold or platinum hair and violet eyes. Some Targaryens also have a high tolerance to heat, though they are no means immune to fire. Take that, tie it in with the pyre thing. I don't know how to pronounce that word, but the Khal Drogo death thing is a one-time event, and it's like what I get at is, to me, the books are very misleading. If the author is telling you she's not immune to fire, yet twice she was immune to fire, and several other times she was immune to high heat, like the dragon's eggs in the bath.
She is essentially fireproof. Maybe what he's trying to say is, like, if we put her in a forge and heated it up to 3,000, she'd eventually smoke up. But she's totally fireproof as far as the show is concerned. Dragons and regular fire just
I think
don't
he's pretty
burn her.
clear with the people are reading into this too much. That was a one-time magical event.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
Well, I hear the passages that are contradicting what I believe, but I'm just going to have faith and believe through it anyway. She can.
Fair enough. So I brought it up because to me there's a parallel between that where like you're getting these clues that say she's fireproof, yet the author says that it turns out that's not the case according to the author. In me, there are tons of clues that Varys is using magic, right? The things that like he never told anyone that he still somehow knows. And I don't know. Like, I'm interpreting this thing to mean Varys is using that wizard in a box to learn stuff.
No, he's not using the wizard in the box. There's a wizard in the box, in the book, in the show, at the...
What I gather from the books is that there will be times when indeed it seems as though there were two people in a room discussing a thing, and yet Viserys knows about what they said. That's just... explaining that there's only one of two ways that he could know that. Either one of the two people in the room talked, which is often the case. Everyone in the show is traitorous, and everyone talks, and that, or they were overheard by one of his ears. There's a scene in book 3 where the Queen of Thorns, whatever, the Tyrell grandmother, Marjorie Tyrell's grandmother, is talking to Sansa, and she's asking Sansa, she's like, what kind of man is Joffrey? Is he... She's like, he's very comely. And she can tell that, like, Sansa doesn't want to be overheard because there's, in the book, there's a lot of people in the room. So she has the singer, like, sing louder and louder, and she's like, louder! I'm going deaf! And so finally he's just, like, booming. He's so loud, and that way Sansa can talk to her because they're literally afraid that the walls have ears, not magical ears, but
and not literally, but
figuratively, the walls have ears. No magic, but the guy in that box, I took that to either be some random warlock that Viserys was just taking a little petty vengeance out on, or the actual warlock who had castrated him.
It's the actual one.
It's the actual warlock that castrated.
Why didn't we get more information about that? Because I want to see what Viserys is going to do to that motherfucker.
Wizard in the box. That's a time bomb. Surprise. You're going to forget about it entirely, and then it'll come back up.
I think keeping him in the box might be part of his punishment.
Yeah. All right, so I got more AMA questions here. That first one really took us on a fucking.
That happened last week or 2 weeks ago too. Do you have one picked out?
No, go ahead if you have.
For all the hosts and guests, what is the story behind the origin of your online persona? Phil?
Persona. I mean, my story is I was in college. I was in the pre-med program. I thought I wanted to be a doctor for the longest time because my dad said that I probably did, and it turned out not to be the case at all. I hated every class I took, and the big thing for me was I was in college. I was rooming with a girlfriend at the time that I hated, but I stayed with because we couldn't afford to.
You roomed with a girl in college?
Yeah, I went to community college for my.
You could do that.
No. It was off campus.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was. I went to community college for 1 year in North Carolina, and then when she graduated, because she was a year under me, we both went to East Carolina University. It was good, but then we just slowly, you're young, you're constantly changing. We kind of hated each other, but we couldn't afford to live separately. So we kind of just kept making that work. And so I hated school. I hated that. And so I jumped into YouTube, first watching it with the old schoolers like Bohem and Renetto and Chi-Town City, who hated me and so many other people. I loved his videos because he was so funny.
You liked him, but he hated you?
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's just I liked his spiel. I liked that he never pointed a camera at himself, so you never knew who he was. I liked his kind of shit talking, even though it was so just destructive of where the community was going. Because same as I loved Renetto, and then Renetto kind of turned super, super negative back in the day once the partner program came about. And he talked about how it was going to ruin YouTube by involving money instead of it being, kind of the growth that was great for the platform. So anyway, so I was watching all that. I thought, if all of these schmucks can do it, I can probably do it. Same as everyone that starts now. And I started making videos that were reply videos to what was on the front page, because back then it was all curated. And I was like, okay, so I'll just make a really funny or mean reply video and I'll get views, because half the videos on that front page, they're auto accept on the reply videos, and that's how I'll get the audience. And that's what I did for the longest time. And then I started talking about news and pop culture, because that's stuff that made me angry. And I kind of done that now for 9 years, and somehow it turned into a business.
I have a theory about the news thing. I think that if that's the format you go with, it's not going to work for everyone. It lasts longer, right? So
it does. It constantly repopulates.
A typical thing is I'll say PewDiePie, right? People will love PewDiePie. That'll be their thing. And then after they watch whatever that number is, 250 hours of PewDiePie, they'll be like, all right, who's next? That'll be their thing, because they're connecting to PewDiePie. Whereas with you, there's two things to connect to. There's you, but there's also the story that you're telling. You're talking about something that's relevant, and you keep the pace at high speed. And some people who watch your videos are there for what you're talking about. There's some sort of current pop thing. If I don't know, I'll make something up, right? Kim Kardashian poses nude. All right, PhillyD does a video on that. People who have an interest in that story will watch it, even if they don't have an interest in you. Whereas if you take a me or a PewDiePie or 90% of the way people do YouTube, their interest in that person fades in the same way that 7 seasons into How I Met Your Mother, you don't even care how they met their mother anymore. 7 seasons into Friends, 7 seasons into whatever, you're just all right, cut,
yeah,
no more.
Well, this is it's a big conversation. It's one that I've thought about a lot since last VidCon. I did a panel with Zay Frank, and his whole spiel at that time was, by making it about personality, make the channel weaker in the long term. While most all of us, it's kind of been about the personality, right? So my channel is definitely in large part due to the personality, especially since I don't know. I feel like I'm not as hungry as I used to be, where something happened and, I threw up that video in 2 hours, and now it's like, I'll stick to my schedule. I'll do what I do. People know to tune in. And so I get that personality more so, or the personality pull more so than the content pull. But SourceFed, the other channel I launched, I think that's been an example of, we have a lot of personalities. We have a ton of them, so that, hopefully you get attached to, 2 or 3 rather than just one, so it's not super dependent on the personality. But I love what BuzzFeed's been able to do, where in no way is it about the personality. It's just about the content, because that makes the brand stronger, and that gives you a better longevity for the channel. And so I'm not going to change anything about mine to be less about personality, but I think moving forward, I feel like it's got to be more about the content.
Also, the thing is, if you hire personalities, then the power eventually transfers to them, right?
Oh, totally.
In the gaming world, who's more powerful, Nadeshot or Hex? Right? If Nadeshot goes and it becomes, I don't know what's after Optic Scope, Nadeshot, then suddenly I think Optic, like the whole green wall thing, kind of drops, and it's the Nadeshot show.
Well, I wonder. Yeah, I mean that's such
maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's definitely a specific thing, because I would never imagine those guys separate from each other.
But I'll go on to what is the European driving show called that's in drama right now?
Top Gear.
Top Gear.
Oh,
right?
Top Gear. Yeah.
Great show.
Right. So one of the Top Gear guys is, I guess they didn't feed him, and he got grumpy, and he told some guy to feed him, and maybe even hit him. I don't know the details, but those 3, that's a personality show, right? They can just go and start some other show working for NBC and fire it right up again. The power isn't with BBC as much as it is with the personalities on it. So, that's
it's something, it's 100% a balancing act. I mean, so even if I go back to SourceFed, I had the original 3 hosts, then we added people, and then those people go on to different things. We have Elliot Morgan, who is a fantastic host, love him. He does stuff for Mental Floss now. We have I hate that I'm forgetting her name.
That happens to everyone.
She's great though.
She's fantastic.
She
went over to Rooster Teeth. Meg Turney went over to Rooster Teeth. Joe Brett is working with Smosh now. It's just kind of it's the door, and I think that's why when you have a show that has several personalities, you're always thinking about the next one, because I see SourceFed and the other channels. You're never going to have anyone. Like, you're never going to have Kevin Pereira for life, because you pick them up because they are such a good host, and they are so hungry, and they have that work ethic. And unless we're making TV money, there's no way you're going to be able to hold on to that person. And so for me, it's more about, I got to be a part of that rise. I got to bring this person up, and then, hopefully you have a contract that doesn't keep them down because you have to control them. And it's all about the whole thing growing together.
I'll do mine quickly because I think a lot of people know. I never thought I could make better videos than other people. Like, that wasn't a thing. I just went into it hoping I could join the club, I wanted to play with the people who I was watching, beast in their videos. And it was like, if I just got on the map enough that they knew who I was, I could get in their lobbies and I could play with them. And it was this big scheme, if you call it that, to make friends. That's all I wanted. I wanted to have, if me and Hutch and Cnanners were on the same team, we'd win every game. We'd just dominate every lobby. And that was why I started. There was no money. I did it before there was money.
I would have never guessed that, because out of the tubers of kind of a range of sizes, you seem to, or either you guys seem to be the ones that have the closest mindset of monetization and money as myself.
Well, I guess.
Or you kind of fell into that.
Yeah. There was no money
at first.
Exactly. Yeah, we all did it for kind of the exposure and the experience at first.
I had a similar experience to you. I was watching Grizz montages, him playing Call of Duty 4, and I was so obsessed with him. Like I'd show my like real life friends, I'd be like, come here. And we'd be sitting around the desktop computer, like watching this guy play Call of Duty 4. I'm like, when I play, I shoot like 3 people in a row with my M16, and then I usually die. This guy's spinning off route, and I never considered that it's edited. It's a montage of months of work for him. I'm like, he just gets up, whirls around, because there were no other videos like that. He was the first guy up there spinning around, and I was like, I have to do this. So I messaged him on. I must have been an early fan because I messaged him on Xbox Live, and I was like, hey, I'd like to play with you sometime. I like your videos, and he sent me a friend request. So I started playing with him a bit. And he told me, like, he's like, you need this Dazzle Platinum capture card, and you need this.
Oh, I remember that piece of shit.
Yeah, and I went and bought all that shit. And my videos were just, the quality was just so shitty. I didn't do it for a while. And but that was the original reason. It was I had seen his videos, and I wanted to make gaming videos like those. I wanted to make a montage of my cool Call of Duty kills. And then of course I was doing like the Russian accent and Skype with you guys one day. I don't know who all was in there. I know Wings was in there, and there's a couple other guys, and somebody just thought that was hilarious. And they're like, you should make a YouTube channel of that guy. And I'm like, nobody wants to see that shit. Nobody cares about that guy. And initially the whole shtick was that, like, this is a guy who takes Call of Duty way too seriously, and he's a Russian immigrant to America.
And he was dumb.
He's not quick to like pick up the American way of life. So like one of his things is like, He'll only use like the Russian weapons in the game. He's like, this M16 is American piece of pussy plastic, and about it, like.
But there was a thing,
wood and steel and blood, and just like going on and just being ridiculous about my hatred for campers and such. But there were also the stories. I know that's what you're gonna say.
The UPS guy was coming in my head, right? I'm sorry about that. He totally didn't trust the UPS guy. This mysterious person in a total brown outfit would leave a box by the door and just leave. And he's like, I don't trust it. I'm not going out there. And
KGB come in a brown truck. So that's fucking. He's got 3 letters. UPS, KGB. I don't know. I've been under the bed for 5 hours.
His girlfriend was clearly a prostitute, and he's the only guy that didn't know.
Yeah.
She's like, really friendly with other guys, and he didn't understand it. But then he turned into like a super cool badass spy type guy.
Yeah, because at some point I thought it would be cool to show the difference between an MP5 in real life and an MP5 in Call of Duty, and it sort of went from there.
Yeah, my went from there was guided by the feedback I got, and I guess monetization, right? So when I was doing my channel, like, just for fun, like I had no profit motive at all, I uploaded every like 3 to 7 days, and I mostly gave tips. Like I had figured out how to play better than average, and I didn't think I was better than average on the stick. So I was like, all right, here, knowledge and tactics is why I do well when I make my decisions, etc. Whereas other people, it seems like they just have laser accurate aim, and they play on 10 sensitivity and all that. So I was sharing knowledge and tips. And then every so often I'd go off topic and just talk about things that are in my head, or opinions or philosophies. And they got such great feedback that now I feel like that's the core of the channel. People don't want me to tell them how to play COD. That's done.
No, nobody wants that anymore.
The first time I saw your channel, I think you were doing Mail Mondays. I think that's the first time I saw it, and that's when I subscribed.
Yeah,
AKA answer questions about girls and masturbating.
That bugs
we
me,
did
man.
a couple of those. We did a couple of those together. I really enjoyed doing those. I'm up to do that. Anytime you want to do another Mail Monday with me, I would be happy to do that.
Really?
Really
fun.
problems in and we can ridicule it.
It was funny because I would do Mail Mondays, and it was always really serious, right? I'd take it. I'd try to filter out anything that seemed fake. I get a lot of fake questions, but when I brought Kyle in, we just choose the zaniest ones. Like, yeah, my dad, he got drunk and he fell out of his semi, banged his head, and now he's dead. I'm like, I wonder what FPS Rush's take is on this guy.
Yeah, those were always fun. I would always give them like terrible advice. I think the one guy like had 2 girls, and he didn't know how to pick which one. I was like, fuck them both.
Yeah, don't be pussy. But yeah, then so the content was kind of guided towards the positive feedback I got. The daily uploads were, I guess it was probably an ambition thing, right? Wings of Redemption told me that he calculated his views and his CPM, the like how much you get paid per 1,000 views. You guys know that, but they might not. It was 80 grand. And I was like, 80 grand, wow, that sounds so amazing. And then I got partnered, and I did like my run rate after a week or so, and it was like less than 5 grand. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I should work harder. So then I started uploading daily, and that it was a good run.
That was a good year for Wings. That may have been Wings' best year.
Right. Yeah. He was obviously like,
he was
Modern
killing
Warfare
it.
2. He was like one of the king of the hills.
And he uploaded. He sent so many videos to Machinima. That's where, and
Yeah.
those had a premium CPM attached to them. And he always had he was on whoever was supposed to be taking him out of Dropbox to like process and upload. He was on that guy's back like a big fucking 400-pound monkey. Like,
Yeah.
come on, get it up. Get it up!
What's
Get it
with
up!
you? You just uploaded the Ken Burton video. I'm all over that guy. You gotta be. You should only be doing Ken Burton videos when there's no Wings videos. Yeah,
He did a good job at representing himself in that way because you had to, or they wouldn't get your shit up.
They
on
wouldn't
there.
find your fucking videos in that Dropbox forever. I had 2 that I left in there that just never went up.
They're still in there.
God.
They're still in there.
Probably.
They're still there.
Yeah, and they were always like, his name was Shore Wars. They're like, he works so hard. He's so great at his job. Yet everyone he served was like, no, he's not great at his job till my videos.
Every time you message him and it's like, hey, we didn't get paid this month or last month or the month before. And I was just wondering if this is a real operation we're doing. Because I'm seeing fucking Playtex ads on my videos. And I'm not seeing any of that Playtex money.
I remember asking Hutch. I was like, man, you could tell me if this whole thing's been a pyramid scheme. I've seen that shit before. I just need to know. I just need to know now because I've done the math and they owe me a lot. And are they going to give me that money? He's like, yeah, man, they gave me my money. I was like, well, how much was it? And he told me. I was like, all right, well, all right then, if you say so. But then like 2.5 more months went by.
Yeah, they used to pay quarterly, but it was like a quarter delayed. So you'd upload a video in July and get it next year. It was like, it was crazy.
On top of that, they had like a 15-day like late period they could have. So in reality, you would get paid 6 months plus 15 days after you uploaded the video.
And is this all early Machinima days?
Yeah, early
this is-
Machinima.
Yeah, dude, because the stories I heard about Machinima and Maker early days, it's just like shit that does it like it's just the
I hated
craziest thing.
when they uploaded our videos because you guys were decently big in the beginning part, or at least Kyle was and Wings was. But for me, just some shithead, they'd upload my videos at like 11:58 p.m. on a Sunday, and I'd come back the next day and it'd be like 900. It's like, are you shitting me? This isn't going to go up ever.
They used to hook me up. I get the last upload of the day.
I know you
typically.
did.
Yeah.
I used to have to link to my Machinima videos from my main channel and be like, hey, uploaded it at 1:30 a.m. on a school night, so that's great news for all my viewers. If you get out of math, check it out.
I think when I was sending them content like to Machinima, there just weren't very many directors at all. It was I know I signed before C-Nanners did, so there were like maybe 6 or 8 like new Call of Duty guys, and then like the old guard like Ken Burton and what's his name that sells women's shoes, Junkyard. It's not a knock against women's shoe salesmen.
I didn't know he did that.
Shoes.
He sells Western attire, I think. So there's the
That's a little bit of that.
cowboy shirts with the ruffles on them, and the hats, and the men's cowboy boots, and I guess
Yeah, I'm
women's.
familiar with Western attire.
Yeah, but
Seen movies.
there was no competition. I think they were only uploading like 2 videos a day on that like couple million subscriber channel, and it'd be like mine and like one other, and the other one might not even be that good, and mine would just be like the basics, the ABCs and stuff. Like, this is how the prestige system works, because there just wasn't another video that stopped and told anybody, and that shit was getting like 500,000 views each and stuff. I was like, this is gonna work out nicely, and then they started uploading 20 videos a day.
27.
27 a day.
27
Each
videos
worse
a day.
than the last. Like I tried to send in one tip video ever. And I know Phil's not familiar with my channel, but I tried to start it out with like watching people on YouTube doing the video games, and I was like, I'm fucking good at this shit. I can do this better than they can. And I was really wrong. I was not nearly as good at the game. I like sat there with my dazzle out for like 4 hours, like, God, this guy got a 30-2. Why can't I get a 30-2 while no scoping or doing something? So I just gave up on that and started doing just shooting the shit and off the cuff story time stuff. Nothing to do with video games at all. I would reuse gameplay 5-10 times. People would complain. It was just me talking.
And it was awful gameplay. Like
yeah,
it wasn't like you had a winner. Like he'd play Nazi zombies, get to level 6, and be like, perfect. I'll just keep using that.
Didn't give a shit. I'd have a huge audio file, talk for about 9 minutes, then cut it wherever, upload it. Everyone's just happy to see a video. Then do the same thing a little later. It worked out great. That's what you get with a small audience. But the one time I did send in a tip video to Machinima, I just got reamed. Just reamed. Just, you fucking idiot. You moron.
Dude,
I think they took it down.
I'm terrified at the idea of posting a video to a channel that's not mine. Or God forbid, if someone, like, people ask, like, while you're gone, can someone fill in? That's the worst idea ever. That person's going to get destroyed.
Oh. Yeah.
Just as a human being. Just dead.
I like going to those channels, like your style channel, or back in the day, even like Ray William Johnson, where he'd have to have like 3 weeks of like preparing his viewers, like, hey, what's up? Equals 3 guys. In 4 weeks from now, we're gonna have a new bubbly guy behind the fucking camera. So don't be too pissed. And then that one dude would come out and be like, hey, I'm here to do the hey, look at this cat. And everybody's like, the fuck this guy. Come on, Ray. Like, why wouldn't he tell us?
No, I was so jealous at the time, not because of viewers, not because of anything, but because he could have someone like Fluffy or Kasim G just fill in, and everyone's like, that was good. And I'm like, really? Someone could just fucking do the job and everyone's happy. That's so good.
Yeah, my subscribers, it must be me, right? Because even on my Minecraft server, you guys all know I have a good Minecraft server.
Wait, is that Woodycraft.net?
Thank you.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Even on there, like on the forums, when people are unhappy, it is the most like disrespectful brand of unhappiness or feedback that you'll ever hear. It's just like my YouTube channel, right? Like, fuck, I have bad hair or something. Like, what do you look like? Death, you're gonna die. You suck. I think you were right.
Wait, you start smoking? What happened? You've really gone downhill in the last 3 to 5 weeks, I'd say. Like, this is you going off. Like, they're cruel. Yeah. I read the comments. Like, you guys who are watching this video right now on YouTube, you're all scumbags, all of you. Like,
and sometimes they hit so close to home that it hurts. Like when you post a video, and if someone's like, "Oh, you faggot asshole," it's like, all right, whatever. But if someone's like, "Hey, you got weird cheeks," it's like, oh, maybe I do.
It's harder and harder to hurt my feelings, and it's harder and harder to get my attention now too. I'm just like, I uploaded it, I'm done. I reply a couple times, and I'm just not here to be abused by you guys. But and then of course there's this huge majority that's not doing that, but it's hard not to hyper focus on the negative. But my Minecraft server, I see the same kind of patterns. It's like I must be handling it wrong, because it's a super successful thing. It's one of the top 5 servers on the planet. We got new games coming out. Psyched for that. And but like just the same, whatever. One guy has an issue, and all of a sudden they want to rape my children. It's like, how did this come to that?
Maybe you should like have some some days where your Minecraft character kind of comes through as like carried, if you will, like on an altar, and you sort of toss points and rewards to them like peasants, like sort of like something out of Game of Thrones. That would be cool.
Or let them take their anger out on you. Build a giant statue of yourself, Saddam Hussein style, and then let them launch their bombs at it and destroy the big teetering statue of Woody.
We've done
and
that.
You're up there giving the middle finger to them. Like,
we haven't done that. No, I don't know. I must handle it wrong or something, because I seem to get we bring in admins, right? Like people who come from other servers. Like, other players don't do this. Other players aren't just like picking up every rock, looking for every problem. Cheaters, we're super aggressive about catching all the cheats, like in an automated way. And but one of the problems is culturally, cheaters aren't blasted on my server like they are on some others. Like if you play on another server and someone cheats, then it's like, what the heck is wrong with you? You suck, whatever. On mine, I mean, we have to ban them aggressively, because they're all like, yeah, I cheat, LOL. Fuck, banned. They just get rid of them. So,
I saw some of the screenshots from the Halo mod. That looks really cool,
dude. It was. We were gonna bring it out this weekend. We're gonna spend one more week polishing it.
Will you do Call of Duty 4 next?
We've got a couple things in our head. As the Hunger Games redo, CSGO is in my head. COD 4, huh?
Yeah, give us some Call of Duty 4. Maybe you could take a poll over on your server, see what they'd like. Maybe give them some options after this whole Halo thing, has been going for a few weeks or so. The Halo thing looks great. I love it. You've got all the weapons. You've got the reticle.
Dude, the Halo thing is... We load tested it last weekend. Well, we might load test it again this weekend. One, it thrived in the load test. Two, the feedback was awesome. And my personal experience, I think the game is really cool. You got
the grenades? Are there grenades? Because I know there's already that snowball
thing
in there.
We have a custom texture pack with custom explosion sounds and explosion graphics that make these nades like nothing you can see in Minecraft elsewhere. And nades, rocket launchers, shotguns. You pick them up, they spawn on the ground. It's Halo in Minecraft, and it's badass. And I don't think
you just get a warthog in there.
We don't have that. How could we need boats or something, I guess, and then just retexture the boats and use that physics. That's not an awful idea. I'll run it by the developer.
That'd be cool. Maybe Griffball or something like that. Maybe some Halo game modes.
King of the Hill. Griffball.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we have Griffball, Oddball, King of the Hill, and Slayer.
That's awesome.
Yeah, not fucking around. Yeah. So, yeah.
So Call of Duty 4. Yeah.
Okay. Domination and search and destroy and TDM maybe.
Do you play more than Minecraft these days, or you're pretty focused?
I play Minecraft a lot. Lately, I've been focused on my freaking housing renovation, and that's been taking away a lot of my time. That should wrap up soon, and I can get back to playing. I've
been playing an exorbitant amount of Civilization 5.
Yeah, he's back in it again. He's addicted.
I'm playing like 3 or 4 games a day, like 2 or 3 hour games sometimes, like playing till 4 or 5 in the morning. And
they invite me. And
are you playing so you're playing multi?
Multi and single player. If I don't have anybody to play with, I play single player.
Okay. One, I feel like I was already not as knowledgeable and therefore as good, but the gap wasn't too extreme in my head. And there were even moments where I'd lead the game. Now, I don't think that will ever be true. I think I'm just
500 hours now.
Yeah, I'm so far behind the experience curve. Like I don't want to play. No, go away.
What Chiz and I have been suggesting is that the 3 of us are on a team, which means we share score and we share science and all that stuff. And we versus like one of the more difficult AIs, because that's what we like to do for fun anyway, like 2v1 a deity level.
I do that. You often suggest that at 11:30 p.m.
Yeah, because I thought I liked the game, and then I went to the Civ 5 subreddit, and I was like, oh no, I'll never play multiplayer ever again. This sounds like a nightmare. It's
a kind of a clusterfuck multiplayer. You've really got to be on your A game. You never know what you're going to be playing against. I've been ending the games in 70 turns or less lately, and if I play like 1v1s, I just build a lot of hoplites. I've just got settlers. I built 3 cities in like the first 15 turns or something like that, and 3 workers.
Play wide. You didn't used to play wide.
None of the stats matter because the game's going to be over by turn 60 or 70. So you just shit out 3 cities really fast. Use the Greeks because they've got hoplites instead of spearmen. And you've got 3 workers chopping trees, transferring their production into your city, just constantly chopping every single turn. And you go honor tree, you get the
How
great
do you stay
general
out of the
bonus.
happiness hole?
It doesn't matter because they're chopping the production. Your city doesn't have much production anyway. It's like one population.
So you're in the happiness hole. You're negative, but you don't care.
Yeah, right about the time he leaves the game, I'm about -2 happiness or something. Because I build like 10, 11 hoplites by turn 40. I've got about 10 or 12 hoplites by turn 40. And they're just like slowly creeping toward your city.
I don't like that style of play.
I know you don't.
Given the option, I'd rather win at turn like 500 than turn 50.
Military attack and defense has to always be a possibility to keep you on your toes, though. It's not fair to have uninterrupted growth that just stays at an even kill the whole game. It's good if every now and then you send like 2 knights over there, like, fuck you, I'm going to burn your fields. Because you got to keep, they should and have a couple of archers to prevent that from happening. So if you're going to build knights, you have to make them pay for not building knights, or you've wasted production. You got to use your tools.
Yeah, we played, I guess there were 3 or 4 people playing at one time. Kyle attacked me by like turn 6. And it's just like...
That is a
Do you play on Small Worlds? Is that what it is? Or
Were
extra small?
you going to say that was a lie?
It was exaggerate.
Really?
Turns... All right, here's how...
Are you talking about Civ again?
Yeah, what turn do you think you stole my worker?
Did I steal your worker with a horse or with a warrior?
With the initial spawned in thing, right?
Well, it would have taken you at least 12 turns to build a worker. So, I mean, I don't know, somewhere between turn 12 and 25, I might have stolen your worker. If I did...
You might have stolen my worker. Shut the fuck up, you lying piece of shit. You know you stole my worker.
Remember, I steal a lot of workers. That's a strategy. Early in the game, I steal
Everyone knows about this worker steal. I'm choking you out at paintball.
Not again. Not again.
And it's gonna hurt.
What he was talking about earlier, he's like, I've been choked out a couple times, and I was like, yeah, me too. I don't like it as much as he seems to. It's very scary towards the end. It feels like dying. Everything's going dark, and you're completely helpless to the person who's cinching and cinching and cinching, just impossibly tight.
It's the memory loss that gets me. Like I have a personal memory loss. Like the last time I did it, I was in Tokyo, right, with Joe Lozon and Ricky Lundell, his grappling coach at the time. And when I came to, there were 2 cameras on me and studio lights, and I didn't know why. And like everyone was paying attention to me, and like I'm like okay, I'm trying to size up this situation and not make a fool of myself, and I'm just like, why is everyone looking at me? Those are lights, and those are cameras. What? How did I get here? And
so is that why, like, whenever you're watching UFC, when a guy gets knocked out and he comes to, he's like fighting the ref?
Yeah, that happens a lot. They just, they don't know what's
just like, what?
I've done that.
Yeah.
Because a moment before,
not a ref,
fighting.
but I've been choked out in practice, and what happened is the instructor, like the black belt who's teaching the class, noticed my head was at like an awkward angle, so he came over and had the better grappler like stop choking me. And in my head, what was happening is I was like, all right, I can't see anymore, but maybe I can still make a win out of this. Like I hadn't given up yet. And there's like a mental dialogue going on, like, I know this is going poorly, but maybe I'm not done. In real life, I'm limp. In real life, I'm limp and I'm out. But my brain is still trying to like pull a win out. And when my vision comes back, I immediately go for a double leg. And the instructor's like, whoa, settle down there. And everyone's watching, by the way. Like everyone knows what just happened except me. And there's this, it's embarrassing for me anyway, for them all to have this period of time where they know and I don't, like what just went down. And I'm like, no, I can go, let's keep rolling. And he's like, nope, you take a seat on that wall and you chill. And I'm like, no, I can go. He's like, you're not going anywhere but that wall. and I sat there like I was in timeout as I collected myself. And I think I did finish the practice, but I had a horrible, awful headache. And if I could describe it, I was just like dumb. Like I didn't really feel with it. I was traveling. I was in California and I don't live there. And I had to drive back to the hotel. And in retrospect, I almost liken it to drunk driving. Like when I got to the hotel and pulled into my lot or space, it was like, like safe. From here, if I can just get my body to my room, drink a lot of water, and sleep this off. Like that was
Can you prepare for it, really? Like if you know what's going to happen, can you put yourself in the right state of mind, or every time it happens, it's kind of like, and I'm gone, and you wake up totally blissfully unaware.
You're
Not blissfully,
supposed to tap in
panicking.
advance. At the time this choke out happened, I was pretty rookie, and I didn't recognize that I was going to get choked, and it happens quick. Like, so there's an air choke, which probably everyone knows about, and they close that off, and it's slow. It takes like 30 seconds or better for an air choke to work. And then there's a blood choke where they get these two guys, and that'll happen in 3 seconds. Especially if you're like exercising. Like if you were to sit in your chair and I were to do it to you, it might take like 10 seconds or more. But if you were to finish your jog and then I did it, I think in 3 seconds you'd be done because you really need that blood.
Taylor, were you there when Joe choked me unconscious in that hotel lobby?
Was it the Marriott near Chicago? Or whatever it was near Chicago? I think it was.
Yeah. That was
Is that a regular UFC fighter party trick? Just choke people out?
We were having a discussion kind of like the one we're having now, and nobody wanted to get choked out. I'm sure Woody volunteered. I don't know why he didn't get choked out.
I don't know why it wasn't me.
I don't know how that happened because he's usually the first to be like, yeah, do it. I don't fucking care. Right? Whatever.
Meanwhile, I can't remember names. Carry on.
But I was just like, I'll do it. All right. And I just remember
was that the same night that we had both been drinking after he reffed me and you wrestling in the front lawn of the hotel?
Probably. Was it the night? Was that the night that I drank all that queso?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You combine drinking and choking? That's dangerous.
No, queso. That's melted cheese.
I know what queso is, but Merca implied alcohol, I thought.
Oh. Not a ton. Not as much as our game where we watch the fucked up videos in the basement.
If anyone's listening, don't combine alcohol and choking.
Do it. Woody's just trying to tell you to be a bitch.
People die that way.
Best case scenario, don't combine choking with anything.
Don't get choked.
Just keep
Except queso.
Only
queso.
Yeah, goes down smooth. Yeah, that was awful though. He's just like, he basically said, "I'm not going to let you go if you tap," and I was like, "Well, I guess that's the idea, but I don't want to know that." And it's just everything goes dark and quiet. It's kind of peaceful. It does feel like dying though. I feel like when someone chokes you unconscious.
If you do it for like an extra 30 seconds, is that person gonna die?
They won't be as sharp as
if
when
you
they
just keep doing it, I guess I would die. If he didn't let go, I would die. Yeah.
I don't think it's 30 seconds though. Like
I don't know. At like 2 minutes, maybe I'm not as bright as I used to be. 2.5 minutes, maybe I don't wake up.
I'm just trying to think
what
of the
are
difference between
drowning. Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the difference between like what you see in movies and real life. Because I feel like in movies it's like, you're dead.
It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
And there's been plenty of slow stoppages in the UFC and stuff where guys are out, being choked for too long.
Yeah,
and
tens of seconds, if you will.
Like an extra 30 seconds. No, that's not going to kill a guy. But I don't know where that does kick in.
Extra couple minutes.
Extra couple minutes. That's how you do it. That's how you kill people. That's
heard it here, folks. Brought to you by CrunchyRoll.com for all of your anime needs.
Hey, I have. Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined the mid. Please, CrunchyRoll, forgive me. I ruined the start over.
He didn't do it on purpose. He didn't mean it. If you'd like to go to, if you'd like to
read
find
it better.
Stop. Oh, okay.
If you
gotta
could do
make
it with
sure
more of
they're
an
happy.
accent,
more of a serious accent.
more of a soft NPR accent.
Can you do it? No, actually, don't do an accent. They don't like goofing off on the roll.
No, they do. They do. They were being
Here's a
facetious
special
and
announcement for our viewers who are serious about anime. I'm hooking you up with the world's largest anime lineup on Crunchyroll. That's crunchyroll.com/PKA. That's how you get a free month of premium with 0 ads, 1080p quality. It doesn't matter what device you're watching on. It could be your Roku or your phone or your tablet.
Xbox.
Pretty much
Any
everything.
device, exactly.
Yeah. Crunchyroll has a few new featured shows they want to talk about. That's Kali, the Testament of the Testament of Sister New Devil, Cute High Earth Defense Club Love, Military, and Saikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. Of course, classics like Attack on Titan that we watched before, and apparently Ruby, which we saw that clip from earlier. I think that's going to be
looks badass.
Yeah, so go to crunchyroll.com/PKA and sign up for premium to get a whole month of free anime ad-free.
Ad-free.
Yep. If you like anime,
even better than Hulu.
you need Crunchyroll.
I
That's all
don't
there is
like
to it.
I really have a dislike for Hulu. And it's the cliche reason. It's what everybody points out in Reddit comments and such. It's not just the ads. It's that the ad will be like in fucking 4K, but the program seems to be in standard def. It's like, what is you doing with your bandwidth here? Come on, don't fuck me and then just shove it in my face with a Chrysler ad.
I can see every stitch on the fucking Honda Accord seat. I'm trying to watch Workaholics on my phone,
like
but then
going around the corner at like 60 frames per second. You're like, that looks incredible. I would watch that. You think it's still watching James Bond, but no, it's a fucking Honda ad.
Yep.
No good. That does annoy me, and I didn't know that there were commercials the first time I signed up for Hulu, and I was like, yeah, this is great. They got I wanted to watch The Shield or something, and they had it. And immediately, as soon as the first commercial played, I was like, nah, fuck this. We're uninstalling. Like, I'm getting my $6 back. Like,
to be fair, though, I still have it. And so let's not burn any bridges. Hulu, if you're out there, you're good enough.
You know, that should be their tagline. We're good enough.
It's annoying.
We're not Netflix, but we're good enough.
I can hardly join this Hulu conversation because once I found out there were ads and you paid, I didn't give them a chance.
Yeah, I've fallen in love with now Sling TV. I love Sling TV. It's from I think it's Dish Network, and you get a bunch of channels, and you get it, and they already have it on. It's like really early, but they have like AMC. I have it for ESPN and Cartoon Network or Disney XD.
Did you hear Apple's do anything?
Yeah, with HBO Now.
Not just that. I think they're going to have their own package. It's $30 a month. And I guess they want to be your cable provider, but they work over the internet. The challenge is, for me anyway, like, to me, Netflix and CrunchyRoll, of course, are the minimums. So that's 8 and 6, 14. You throw Apple on there, and you're at 44. And HBO Go is how much?
Well, HBO Now is $14.99. I covered this in the show today
15.
because the question is, you know, now that all these places are offering a la carte, like, is it actually going to save you money? And I think in general it is. I think PlayStation Vue is fucking crazy. Because if you've seen their service, it starts at $49.99. It just launched today. And it has like a bunch of things, but it doesn't have it doesn't have CBS, it doesn't have the CW. But I think the thing a lot of people forget is that, like, if you search your area, there are so many areas that you can get all your local channels, HD TV, free. Mm-hmm. And all you have to do is go to like Amazon, get like a 50-mile thing. It costs $35, and you get all those channels for free. And that's most places. And I think everyone forgets that that's a fucking thing.
That the TV, that there's TV out there for free.
Free TV. Everyone forgot.
I don't do commercials anymore though.
So
like,
how much is HBO now going to be?
$14.99.
Oh, that will save money. If I could have got DirecTV with only HBO Go and like sports packages, I would. But they make you buy all that horseshit nonsense.
Yeah, thanks for that password, by the way. I appreciated that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It becomes a question of, it's either going to be $15 a month, or if you feel comfortable enough with someone to get their HBO Go password.
I got free HBO Go for almost 4 years, and
so did I as a result of his free HBO Go.
Hundreds of people.
Hundreds of us, because I passed it on to like 2 or 3. Like, I was just like, can't give it to anyone though. This is just me and you, right?
So that's
I was deep into that family in the first place, and then I introduced you, and we were just a weird offshoot of the family. Like every time you tried to watch a Game of Thrones episode,
you gotta be quick.
At the end.
You gotta be quick. Oh, here's the problem though. You can only have a couple of devices watching simultaneously. So when Game of Thrones comes on, I'm clicking it, not available. Back up. Click it, not available. Back up. Click it, not. And I'm just like, as fast as I can, like waiting on it to debut. And I'd still usually miss out on it. And it'd be like maximum number of devices and I'm just like, shit. And so I'd wait like an hour, 2 hours, still couldn't do it. And I'm like, some of these motherfuckers have just paused Game of Thrones, haven't they? They just paused that shit, and they're just eating dinner or something while it sits in their pause.
No honor among thieves.
I did that. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, that's the one bad thing about Sling TV. You can only have one device at a time, and that's for me, that's kind of shitty.
I like it cheap. I feel like I'm the cheapest guy here. Outside of Crunchyroll and Netflix, no. You know, I hear these packages that are like $40 and $30. No.
Woody, have you heard about this thing? I think they just made it. It's called torrents. Am I pronouncing that right?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's on the internet. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think that's
it's
I think
illegal.
that's the exact reason why they should allow like as many devices. Well, maybe within reason, like 5 devices, stuff like that. Because otherwise, I mean, if you're just holding out, people are gonna just steal it.
Oh yeah,
Until
then
they-
you're gonna be watching a show, and some asshole is gonna log into your account, and it's gonna go boop. Oh, your show stopped because this dickhead logged in on his computer.
That's when you click that other button that says deactivate all devices. You're like, fuck. Well, that's like the red button with the cover on top that like everybody who's part of one of those trains hopes never happens. That the master and commander who's paying the $9, $12, $15 a month finally goes, motherfucker, I pay for this shit. And he hits it and like screens go black across the
Change password.
The Indiana Jones scenes with the melted faces. Hey, I got a new question.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, this is an AMA. My passion lies with politics and always has. Should I choose what I love with the possibility on having to fall back on the teacher salary, or should I take the guaranteed good money of an office job that I have no real passion for?
Those aren't your only 2 options. Don't limit yourself to just 2. You could do
Yeah.
one or the other and work on something else in the meantime. It's important to put food on the table and not starve and become a scary version of you. But it's also important to fulfill your life goals and make yourself happy.
Yeah, that's always the weird thing because every time a YouTuber gets this question, they're like, "Follow your dreams," and I'm like, "Motherfucker, we got lucky." I was like, we were a day off of maybe having a job at Walmart that we're mocking right now.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
know?
Where it's like,
Yeah,
well, what you want to do is go to 2005 and open up a channel. Then what you want to do is
50 channels.
Yeah. First of all, you should go to 2005 and domain squat on all the YouTube channels. What was I gonna say? And anytime there's like a celebrity, right, on camera telling you to follow your dream, and it's like, yeah, well, you're the 0.1%. You know, how many people followed their dream and are now serving up fries at Wendy's?
Howard Stern will call him out on that bullshit. Like someone will say something. He's like, you'd say it's probably like a 1 in a 10 million shot, though, right? Becoming like a professional football player or like they're a rap star or something like that. He's like, you're like a 1 in a 10 million, though, right? You ever sit and like count your blessings about that? And it's like, yeah, he totally. Don't reach for the stars if it's literally the stars you're reaching for. Like maybe tone it down a little bit.
So
you
my
don't end up in a car.
Sew that
contractor
into a throw
has
ball.
not my contractor, but a guy that works for my contractor has a son who's a baseball player, and apparently this kid is something special. He's a special baseball player. He's a pitcher, and they're talking about like scholarships and schools he could go to and stuff like that. And like I mentioned UNC, and he's like, nah, there's a couple problems. One, in baseball, because there's so many players, they don't tend to get full scholarships. So you want some, you know, that's a thing. Price matters, and 2, he's like at UNC, he wouldn't start all the time. They'd redshirt him, and then they'd put him, you know, like as a freshman, he'd barely play, and he wouldn't really be pitching till his junior and senior year at a school like that. So they're looking at like not elite baseball schools. Yet they still think he's going to be a pro. And it's like, baby, you know, the people that
No,
make it
probably
pro,
not.
they started at UNC. Like, dude, it's such a long shot.
Baseball is one of those sports where if you it seems to me maybe I'm wrong, but like if they're good at 17, you can usually the pros were good at 17. Like they were ridiculously talented when they were 17 years old. It's like it seems like one of those things where like you've either got it or you don't. Not a lot of guys spend 4 years in the minors and then come up and are successful. It just doesn't seem like they
interesting about baseball to me is it feels like a lot of people make it pro, right? There's like AAA, AA, single A, you know, minor leagues, and then the other stuff probably that I can't think of, and the majors. It's not like basketball where you're either in the NBA or in college, maybe a dev league, you know, guy here or there makes it. But lots of players who don't have a chance at going pro they're making the majors in baseball can play in the minors. And it's just like, dude, they hire 10 times as many as like football, right? In the NFL, what's the NFL development league? I don't think it exists. Is the European League still even a thing? I don't know.
There's arena football. There's
a
Canadian
Canadian
football.
one.
Yeah, it was like you
league.
have CFL, but that's a whole different game almost.
Maybe, yeah. You know, but in baseball, a lot of people go pro who don't end up making the majors.
Also,
But
number
even
of
if you're in
people
the-
per team.
But even the farm league, like AAA, you get paid pretty well. But
Yeah.
that said, it's still limited as far as a career option.
You might know better than me. I always hear about how broke they are in the minor leagues, but maybe that's not AAA. But here's a guy who wants to go into politics, and he's always loved that.
What are his qualifications thus far?
He really likes House of Cards.
It's his passion.
So I say that you finish the series, see how it ends, then pick the career that you want to do.
Well, if you're going to be in politics, that's a really rough background that you need to start laying at an early age. I know someone who's planning on either working on. Her goal is to work on a campaign team for a politician, but already like I don't know, she's been to 3 or 4 universities. She's studied across the country. She's in like multiple honor societies, and she's some sort of fucking laureate. Like she's always going above and beyond, doing all this charity work and all this free time. She's got 0 free time. She's doing so much stuff, and she's 22. So if you don't have that kind of passion, the kind where like you have 0 time to yourself, and you're going to be the super version of you for like the next 15 years of your life, and then it gets hard, like maybe politics isn't the place to go. Those are rough waters.
I don't even know how to get into politics. Like, what's the entryway? Like, if you were to ask me, Woody, I want to be a senator. How do I start? Well, first become an internet billionaire. That's step 1. Step 2, run for office. Or, first become a pro athlete. Or first become, well, at the very least, an attorney. And
marry into the Bush family.
Right. Choose your wife. Choose your family carefully. That seems like an important thing. Like it just seems like that's not a job that's even open. My daughter would like to be an ambassador to another country. Well, those are often chosen from people who've donated more than $100,000 to a political campaign.
Yeah.
Over like several campaigns.
There you go, Woody. Get cracking on this.
Yeah, right. I could buy it for her.
It's time to start donating right about now. The next election cycle's coming around. You could make this happen.
Imagine you get it for her and she's not grateful because she wanted like France or Spain, and you're like, you are the ambassador to Ghana. And it's like
Bolivia, Dad.
No, I hate getting shots.
You can get the European Union, or this is over.
I used to want to get into politics really, really badly, just because it seemed like I could have like an impact. But Lindsay said that she would leave me if I ever tried.
Really?
Yeah.
I used to daydream about it, but with all the stuff I've said on my YouTube channel, like there's so many campaign attack ads.
Any chance. And anytime I fantasize about it, I get like 6 minutes into like what I would do as a politician, and already in my fantasies, I'm already taking bribes and being shit and like doing ridiculous shit, like getting ahead. So I would not be a good
awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the only person I can think of that was like really, well, not the only, but the main person I can think of that was like a public figure in any capacity that's close to a YouTuber was a guy, Sean Duffy. He was on The Real World, and now he's a congressman. And his story, I think, is kind of the only story that works for YouTubers, because we've said so much shit that you just have to find a point in a country where something like the Tea Party can come about, where everyone's just like really rabid, and that's when you can jump in. So whether you're the Tea Party or Hitler, is that what you're gonna go with?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
California's a weird beast.
They were rabid about. Was it Jerry Brown? Was he the guy in there at the time? And they recalled him, which is kind of like impeachment. They said, you know what? I know your term's not done, but we gotta think this through. And they did another vote, and like porn stars were running, and like everybody was running. Right. Yeah, and it was just like total chaos and a joke. And Schwarzenegger's running, and he's one of the leading candidates, but he's like smoking pot. He's in his history, right? Smoking pot. There's the actor thing, of course. There's he's comparing weightlifting to sex and all sorts of weird things where like almost like a YouTuber, he's fueled the campaign ads, and silly stuff is like the ICE villain and Batman or whatever. And he's just like, look, I haven't lived my life in an effort to run for politics, but these are my takes on the issues.
So he essentially had our Hulu Plus ad. Good enough.
Yeah.
He just said like, yeah, all that other stuff, I admit it was silly, but here I am now. And anyone who was like, put this other stuff, it was like, well, no, he answered that.
I didn't think his portrayal of Mr. Freeze was embarrassing.
Really?
I thought it was lackluster.
Oh, it was a terrible performance. I just don't think
Something
it was
to be
embarrassing
desired.
as an actor, but not as a human being. Like, I mean, he should be ashamed that he did that. And
just
Well, he was just part of a bum. That's about it.
that was
wasn't
the
the
best
bum.
fucking movie.
The costume
course it
I
was.
thought was silly.
All those
Right.
one-liners.
Yeah. Oh goodness. But back to this guy, passion with politics, or should he get guaranteed good money of an office job?
Get the good money. You're gonna need it for politics.
Yeah.
It's just politics. I feel like he's right there with like pro athlete and celebrity.
I think it all also depends on age. I feel like that's the best thing about early 20s. Hopefully, as long as you're playing the odds of I'm going for this, but there is some semblance of a
Backup
backup plan or some sort of parachute. If not, but also I'm a guy that jumped into a thing that I didn't make money the first 3.5 years. So I don't know. I would say go for the passion, even if that doesn't end up being your goal. Hopefully, if you do it right, you'll meet the right people and you'll bounce back somewhere.
That was a very politically correct answer.
I'm telling you, man. 2036, I'm going to be president, or not at all. One of those.
Yeah, money's nice. Like there's a
Whoa!
Wait, tell us more about this.
like there's a stress that comes with living paycheck to paycheck that most people have. There's I made a video recently talking about choosing a college major, and in it I was like, there are girls who don't want to date broke guys, and
Yeah, all of them.
yeah, some would say like, oh, I wouldn't want a gold digger anyway. Okay, there are guys that don't want to date fat women. And does that make them horrible? No, it's part of what you're looking for in a mate.
Right. I mean, that's a question though. Is having money the same as a physical attribute? Right? Is it the same as being tall? Right? In the grand scheme of like evolution,
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So
To me,
I mean, that's
it's
the
not
thing.
even a hard question. Yeah,
lot of people,
having
young
money
me would say
today is just like providing food, 1,000 years ago. Like, I would like a husband who's qualified. Go on.
I think that a rich man is attractive for the same reasons that a tall man would have been attractive 1,000 years ago. He'd be better at whacking that other dude with his fucking club or whatever. He's a tall guy. He'll kick some ass. He'll take care of you. He's a provider. The same thing with the guy with, a bigger wallet, I suppose. He's someone who can take care of you, provide for you, if that's what you're going for.
So does that make you think less of one of those girls that would go on a sugar daddy website?
No, absolutely not. No, I would go on if there were a website where I could go where there would be wealthy like cougars who were like good looking and
That's gotta be a thing, right?
I would love that. If there's
Sugar Boy. Wait, 1 second. I'm gonna register sugarboy.com.
only men have only men have to like go to the extent of making a website to find that.
Don't worry,
Like,
I'll give you.
A woman
I'll
would be
give
too
you,
classy. She would just find it.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to register this, and then I'm going to set up an affiliate program, and you can go to sugarboy.com/PKA.
Let me forward my. I'll forward my headshots. Just one moment here. I want to be the first client. Yeah, I would absolutely. I would love that. I would jump at that if there were like some 50-year-old woman who wanted to take me on some sort of cruise across the Black Sea and use my young supple body. I'd be okay with that.
Sugarboy.com is available.
Get it.
It's $9.99 on GoDaddy.
Take it.
I'll be right back. This is.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, 1 second. Fuck you.
I'll take it. Get it, Phil. I wouldn't do anything with it.
It's just going to be a picture of my penis. That's all it's going to be.
It needs to be by Saturday.
I want it to be Kyle photoshopped onto a bunch of bodies of ladyboys and very young nubile children.
That's awesome.
So yeah, on this guy, I would try to find some guaranteed good money at a job you don't hate. It's not like it's politics or, ditch digging, assuming that's your least favorite job. It could be politics or something else that you kind of like. Do that other thing.
Do you guys have like a worse job? You probably talked about this at some point. Because I know
don't know
mine
if we
was
have.
probably call center. Call center escalation was the worst fucking thing on the planet.
I like that job.
You like that job?
Mm-hmm.
Just for me, I worked. Our call center did several things. It was bank accounts, which people angry about overdraft fees is a rough time because it's just like people in like terrible situations. And then I worked for AT&T for people in the that had 56K, and so it was just old people really angry about like not. And you just have to like it's 20 minutes of explaining, ma'am. To test it, you have to get off the phone, ma'am. To test it, you have to get off the phone. And it was just, it's bad.
That
times.
is awful. I did tech support for a company that really valued support. They sold it. My customers were typically in IT, and it was an enterprise level, like, what the heck are the systems that run your entire company? ERP systems. So manufacturing companies would call and they'd have their like tricky problems and stuff. And, I would solve it. Sometimes I'd write little bits of code that gave them a report or fix their data. Other times I'd just teach them how to use the software. And, what I liked about it is I often felt like a hero. Like they would call me in some state of crisis and I'm like, all right, I'm your man. This is what I do. Let's look into this. And I'd, tell them what to type and they tell me what they're seeing and I'd get it sorted out for them. So that, my experience was that. Like
That's way better.
Yeah, typically I'd hang up the phone feeling like, yeah, they freaking love me. I just did off like if they're in IT and things aren't going right, someone's blaming them for what's happening. And then I make them a hero and they are in turn grateful toward me. And I really like that part of the job. Even when I coded, I liked fixing bugs and solving problems as opposed to new stuff sometimes, just because of the gratitude of the people that you served.
I want your experiences because I feel like I've just been conning my way and tricking everyone through my life. That's my life. I feel like like your story is just like very like majestic sounding, and mine just like scheming and like climbing through sludge.
I guess mine would be when I was 16 or 17. It was like my first real like I worked at a law office for a while just as like an intern, and I like was convinced that I was going to be able to like really be exposed to shit like that attorneys are, because I was like really into being an attorney back then. And I thought I was going to be like Law and Order, like figuring shit out. Not at all. Not at fucking all. I was just a bitch who made coffee and went and like picked up $5 footlongs and hot and ready pizzas. And if they ever did, like they had me pick up a couple clients a few times where it was just like, God damn it, I'm not even around. I thought it was going to be criminal law. It was actually like schooling law. So there was no fun. It was all like, hey, these PE teachers can't be running the kids that hard. And it's like, you got me. And like, that was it. Nothing of value. And so that was not difficult, but very aggravating and may have ruined my life since I have chosen to be an attorney now. Yeah.
I've never done this job, but one that sounds horrifying to me is being a toll booth person. Like, imagine how slowly time passes if you sit 8 hours in a toll booth, and everyone who's next, like everyone that you serve, hates you, right? No one's ever happy paying a toll, so there's nothing but like disgruntled kind of like, here you go, but I feel like highways should be free. There's like carbon monoxide rolling in. The building that you're existing in is small and dirty and yucky, right? They always have like century-old papers thumbtacked to the walls and stuff like that.
Probably slow internet.
You probably slow
There's
internet.
There's just enough work that you can't sit down and really relax to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine wanting to watch a TV show and being interrupted every 45 seconds. That's worse than no TV, perhaps. It's just like toll booth taker is awful. Another thing that I would really hate, while it's not specific, existing in government bureaucracy. Like, you just imagine like a loud HVAC system in a poorly maintained government building that's like 85 years old at this point. You don't make any kind of change. It's bureaucratic. There are people who aren't really same team, right? Like their whole objective is just to obstruct you from doing your job, backstabby like bullshit. That is like a horrible environment for me that I wouldn't like to work in. So yeah, that's my personal.
Shitty.
awful.
Sorry, I've been busy trying to double check if sugarboy.com is taken, you liar.
Wait, really?
Well, you have to spell it sugar BOI to let people know that
there
you're
we
up
go.
to
my God.
no
Oh wait,
good.
can we do? What about Sugar Bay? so many different options.
Or sugar dough.
Here, push incoming. Check this out.
Oh wait, no, easy. Sugardick.com. Done. Has to be
Look
a
at
thing.
the
No,
push I just
that's
sent.
taken.
Click on that
Guaranteed.
link.
It's on my toolbar, so I know that's taken.
Sugar boy. I don't like that though. Nobody's gonna spell it with an E.
Look at.
Oh,
Oh, did
What?
I spelled sugar wrong? That's the problem.
you spelled sugar with an E.
Sugar boy. Ooh, now he's about a fancy French boy.
Is
Also,
that like,
Taylor-
Sugar.
that
I've
was
been
the guy's
choked out a
name
lot.
from?
God, that's the trouble.
Also, it makes me really sad that I was so excited that I literally went to my Hover account and I was like, sugarboy.com, get this shit now.
Oh,
Well, what is sugarboy.com? Let's go there. Let's see.
There's nothing there. Someone squatted on it in 2014.
Bastards.
Those bastards. They knew that the sugar dick craze was coming.
Sugar Mama is taken, right? The Sugar Mommy, right? Wouldn't that
yeah,
be
there
the
you go.
equivalent of like Sugar Daddy?
Sugar Bae
Mommy
has
is
to be
taken.
available.
Sugar Mama.
I did Sugar Mama and Sugar Mommy. They're both
How about
taken.
like a
What is our
sugar
goal
buddy?
here? We're
Just a
just
rich
trying
man
to-
who's heterosexual and wants a friend to have fun with. He's just a sugar buddy. Takes you on his boat, buys you beers.
Oh my
That would
God.
be the ideal situation.
Even Sugar Bay is taken. This is some bullshit.
Sugar Buddy's taken.
No, I'd like Sugar Buddy. That'd be cool. Just
That
some
would be
rich.
cool, right?
just a dude that plays Madden with you.
No,
He just
no,
wants to
no.
hang out.
Better
Everybody
than that.
treats him
That's a
different
dude.
because he's rich, and he
Sugar
just
dude
wants
is
something.
rich as fuck, and he just needs someone to take with him on his adventures. You know, he's tired of like some woman who's going to use him, and she's going to sit on the sidelines when he paraglides with a harpoon in his
just-
hand anyway. So he just takes me with him, so we can do that together.
I've had a similar
Yeah.
idea, except it was Tinder for friends. Like, there's already Tinder for
That's
boyfriend,
so
girlfriend.
fucking sad to even think about.
What if you
Tinder
were
for
like, all right, who lives in my area that's down for like just being a friend?
I think this gives you another 5% gay because you're
God
basically.
damn it! I'm up to like 50% gay
You're
now
up
at
to
this
at least
point.
45. You're
So
almost
Phil, if you don't know,
Well, it's 2015. If you're not at least 50% gay, you're probably homophobic, according to the internet.
see, now the concept is that gay isn't a binary thing; it's a spectrum, right? You know,
Oh,
like
yes.
if you like porn with guys in it, then I'm knocking you down for at least 5-10% gay. A lot of people knock that one. If you look at the guy, 15, right? If
He needs to have a pretty penis.
I
Yeah,
think that if you're making stats about how gay someone is in porn, you're probably the most insecure person on the planet.
So Wings of Redemption is like, put me down for at least 25% gay because I like guys with good-looking penises in porn. If they're not circumcised or if the circumcision's not really a one that meets his standard, then he doesn't
If
like
the
that
girth
video.
is not of sufficient amount.
Well, I mean, we're joking, but I mean, if you saw a small penis in porn, it's probably like a sad penis. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not what you'd expect.
If you've ever searched for like those monster penis videos, you're at least some percent gay.
80.
No, not 80, but like, yeah.
For a fact that I've searched for like shit chomping videos because I did it on Taylor's laptop.
I know. We did it in the lobby of the Marriott.
Oh no.
Play this game where here's what you need for the game: a laptop, an internet connection, a couple of buddies, and a bottle of booze. And basically, someone like myself challenges. I have a video that you can't watch without flinching, or you have to take a shot. There are also judges involved who are sober. And they need to be sober. If drunk people were judging, this would
It gets out of control quickly.
Yeah, out of control.
There's a lot of fucked up shit on the internet.
So I would go to a
don't
really
say.
fucked up website, and I'd play a video of the most disgusting, awful, shocking thing I could think of, and it usually involved like one of the videos I found was a man. I'm gonna say about 45 years old, mustache, curly, dark hair, pretty long.
Not
is
so far,
lying-
right? Just wait for it.
Is lying in a bathtub. He's wearing goggles like swimming goggles. And there's a woman squatting over him. It quickly becomes apparent that she has to relieve her bowels, and she does. And it is so much goddamn shit that you wonder if it's a real woman. Like, did they CGI some of that shit in there? And then you realize you're on motherless.com and this is for reals. And she shits more shit than I've ever shat. Okay? It's so much poop. And you gotta keep in mind, this is the kicker. He's munching it like he hasn't eaten ever in his life, and it's soft serve ice cream. He's just and downing it like pudding as much, but it's all over his face as well.
Eagerly, thankful for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Did anyone watch that without cracking?
I did.
Yeah,
You watched that without cracking.
Yeah, that wasn't the one. I don't know what. I
don't know if I didn't play this guy with you guys, but I like to think I could do pretty well. But I also wonder if you poke at my soft spots, right? Because it's not the 2 girls 1 cup that's going to beat me. It's certainly not any kind of animal sex, because I'm down. But when you get to like the girls with the hurt feelings stuff, like I feel like they target me.
But this is one of the videos we watched. We watched a man cut off his penis and balls slowly with a variety of tools.
Is that the Pain
That's
Olympics?
the Pain Olympics.
Yeah, we watched that
That's,
one. I think we also watched the wasps and firecrackers inserted in the vagina.
Oh, and we watched the glass jar, and this was years ago, and this was a little newer. Still not new, but the glass jar that the guy has up his asshole, and then it squeezes, and there's
Yeah,
that has to be my least favorite internet little clip ever.
Mine too.
Just as you can hear him, like you can hear it shatter, and then as he's standing up, you can hear the crinkle in his butt of shattered
I'd rather
glass.
get fucked to death by 2 horses than 1 broken beer bottle in my ass. And if you don't
It wasn't a
agree
beer
with
bottle;
me,
it was a mason jar.
It was a glass receptacle. And you know how those things break. They break into L-shaped, curved, sharp pieces. And when you get any pain, you know, your like, butthole tightens up. You're always talking about that like ass clenching moment.
What are you doing, Mirka?
Of course, as soon as this thing shatters, that's the first thing you do. You clench on it, and then you just puncture you're gonna be pooping in a bag the rest of your life if you survive this. So I'd much rather get fucked by a herd of horses, like when he's like, I'd let him and all 50,000 of his men and their horses fuck you if that'd get me my crown back. I would let that happen to myself rather than take 1 of those broken bottles in my ass. That looked awful.
New questions?
And I didn't flinch still.
All right.
Latest crack. Do you remember?
What?
Do you remember like which video like made us flinch and actually have to?
One of the ones that made me flinch was some guy who like intentionally broke an arm bone or a foot bone or a leg bone on someone else, or maybe it was himself. I don't know. We were all drunk.
It was
so.
yeah.
New topic. AMA.
Yeah, let's do another one.
Let's start with Mirka. Do you think 21 is a good drinking age, and why? If not, what age would be good?
I think the best drinking age would probably be 19. Because you don't want 18-year-olds, I don't think, because they're just going to sell it to all the other high schoolers. And granted, some kids turn 19, so it's not the biggest deal. And 21 is just too late, because then it's repressed enough to where people are just getting out of control all the time, where it's like, woo, this is still forbidden and taboo. But it'll never change, because everybody's so staunch about it. Like, before I was of legal age, I was like, oh, I would defend other people to, like, drink when you're 18. You shouldn't be able to fight for your country and blah, 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 not get a beer. Whatever the fuck. But once you turn 21, you don't care anymore because you're good. Like nobody's ever gonna lobby on behalf of that, ever.
Nobody's gonna ever say we need more drunk kids.
Yeah.
We need more young people inebriated in this country. That's what we need.
So 19 is ideal, I think. Anyone agree?
I think 18, 19. I mean, it doesn't
19
matter.
keeps it out of the schools.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why
I mean,
19 makes more sense.
I didn't have my first drink until I was 18. I graduated a year early, and I moved out. And I had before that I thought I was straight edge, which is why I have a YouTube channel named SXE Phil. But everyone I know started drinking when they were like 14, 15, 16, which to me sounds crazy.
Yeah.
I started at 13.
Yeah. See, I mean, everyone starts so young, it almost doesn't even matter.
I didn't like alcohol though, so it just wasn't a problem. Like there was alcohol readily available in the house. Like I could easily like take it from the fridge or the cabinet, but I just didn't want it.
I didn't like alcohol either. I guess I liked being drunk, but I think what I really liked was being bad. I just did bad shit all the time. You know, whether it be like breaking curfew, sneaking out of the house, drinking, like driving. We had mopeds and stuff, but we weren't old enough, so we drive those illegally all over town and stuff. I remember the cop pulled me over one time. He's like, "I'm going to be seeing you a lot through your childhood."
Looking back, I suppose my parents gave me a lot of trust and freedom in that way, because I could pretty much, by the time when I was 16, I could just do pretty much whatever I wanted. I mean, as long as I was back that night sometime, it was okay. As long as I didn't like I had to explain myself if I was going to not be there the next day. But other than that, I could really do whatever I wanted to, I think.
I also was given a lot of trust, but I didn't earn it at all. They were it was
and
easier.
I had Chuck to help out with my alcohol purchases. I have had some of the silliest times with it. So Chuck, for Phil's help, Chuck was this like 40-year-old sort of bum type guy who worked for my father occasionally and had a real alcohol and drug problem and was just kind of a lowlife that we associated with because he was cheap labor on a farm. So he was my alcohol source, right? So 16-year-old me can go get fucking Chuck and be like, "Hey, Chuck, you want to ride to the liquor store?" "Hell yeah, man." So you just put Chuck in the car. And so there were all these occasions when, like I said, I didn't want any alcohol, but I had girlfriends who wanted alcohol. So I'd have like 3 good-looking girls in the car, plus Chuck. And so Chuck thought I was just a pimp. He thought that, like, every time I was showing up with, like, a new group of girlfriends. But in reality, they were maybe one girlfriend and a couple of her friends or something like that. But I was their alcohol source via Chuck. And I just remember, like, they always wanted, expensive liquors and beers and stuff. But Chuck drank the cheapest of the cheap. So he'd always have his small bottle of whatever I'd bought him, like, I don't know, some Red Dog 2020 shit. And then there'd be like a bunch of Coronas and stuff. And I just remember he was holding them wrong, right? He was holding the 6-pack by that soggy paper handle, and they just broke. The whole sixer hit the concrete floor of the liquor store and shattered. And I'm standing there like 16 years old next to this 42-year-old man who looks like a bum who just shattered all of our beer. And I'm like, "Get another one." And he blamed a defective handle on the thing, and the guy gave them to us for free. Somehow he bullshitted his way into getting free beer. He was like, "Hey, man, since I got them beers for free, can I get 1 or 2? And I'm like, "No, Chuck, this is our beer. You got yours." But every time we went to the liquor store, for some reason, the liquor store guy had to know that we were facilitating like underage drinking via our friend Chuck, because we were just such a motley crew.
I got my alcohol when I was young by breaking into people's houses, and then I was older with fake ID.
Wow, you rogue.
Yeah,
You were a rogue.
that's an awful
And
person.
then nowadays, I just beat a guy up and take his drink, just
for
take
the
it right
rush.
from his hand.
I think the big reason I stayed away from booze for the longest time is my mom and like my slew of stepdads had problems with it, and so I always associated drinking with crazy people, and then I went over friends' houses and I was like, "Oh my God, your parents drink booze and then they don't like break stuff? This is the most amazing thing on the planet." And the same thing with marijuana. I thought it was this terrible demon drug because one of my first roommates, when I was like 18, when I moved out, he was the laziest piece of shit on the planet, and I thought it was because of the weed, and then I realized like, oh, he's just a lazy piece of shit that smokes weed. Like,
no, wait. I've been so I'm not a marijuana expert in terms of experience.
Okay,
but it sure does seem like there's a correlation there. Like there are a lot of lazy people who smoke marijuana, and I know there's different strains and such, and some of it make you lazy, and some of it makes you actually go getter. But
yeah, I mean, the main difference I would say, I mean, if you talked about like sativas and indicas, blah blah blah, it's a difference between head stuff and more like straight up body downer kind of stuff. Which, if you're waking up and you're taking body downer stuff, you're probably a piece of shit. But I mean, for me, I know that a big part of it is like before I go to bed, I don't want to take sleeping pills because I'm gonna wake up super crazy groggy, and I don't want to take an antidepressant or anything like that. It's just for me, instead of like drinking tonight just because I was like, let's do that. I like to know that like 9 p.m. if I'm gonna go to sleep at 10, I can either take a small edible if I don't want to use a vaporizer, or I can use a vaporizer, do a little, and I know that I'll sleep perfect. I'll wake up and I'll be refreshed. Because anytime, I think the thing that I think is really scary are pills. Pills are fucking crazy scary, and I've seen a lot of friends kind of go down that route, and I can't even imagine, because I know that a few years ago, about 5 years ago, I had a kidney stone and I got Percocet for the pain, and that's some shit that I could see being addictive. Yeah, that's some real deal, knock you out.
They're mind numbing.
Yeah, you don't know
anymore.
who you, yeah, you don't know who you are.
You're kind of like sitting in a body and you're like, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, because
this is a new existence.
Yeah, all I know is I started taking Percocet while I had that kidney stone, and then 4 days later, I just didn't have that kidney stone anymore. At some time, I passed it. That's it.
Yeah.
And so that's some scary stuff. I think, I don't know, I'm not one of those people, though, that I'm like, everyone should be able to smoke, man. But I think that at the very least, it should be decriminalized and available for medicinal reasons.
For medicinal reasons? I also think it should be decriminalized. For medicinal reasons, though, I decriminalize everything.
So, I mean, that's a good thing, too. If it's something that doesn't affect other people and it's for adults, then at what point do we take off the fucking kid gloves? So that's a question.
For marijuana, I just feel like the prosecution of it does more harm than good. I'm still not really in favor of everyone smoking all the time. I'm afraid that that might be a bad thing. But certainly what's even worse thing is throwing people in jail for it and such. When it comes to, I'll say like pick a bad one, like heroin, right? It comes from this experience. I had a coworker who was a friend of mine, and his mother was dying. She had cancer. She was old, and she wasn't going to live. So all they really did was make her comfortable and treat her pain. And they used morphine, and it didn't do the trick. She was still in a lot of pain. They couldn't control her pain as she headed towards death. So take that experience and couple it with, like, I don't know, heroin's illegal. Dude, if a doctor's prescribing it, in a situation like hers especially, I'm down for anything. Anything.
To take away that pain. Yeah.
Heroin, meth, and cocaine, and whatever else might make acid. I don't care, right? I did guide her off into the end painless. And, if you trust doctors, which I do, then everything gets decriminalized. And you just have to trust that, doctors are prescribing it for the right reason.
Yeah, it becomes a question of, because I mean, the number one thing that people talk about when they start comparisons, look at the harm that booze causes, liquor in general, right? But I mean, that's an argument of, if something's bad, let's make all things bad. But it is something where you look at it, and I mean, other people have said it. If you go to a party and there's no booze, you're like, what the fuck is this party? But it's also a drug that kills so many people, whether it be from alcohol poisoning or the effects of them getting behind a vehicle, So the argument against everyone's going to smoke weed and become like these stupid idiots that are crashing cars everywhere, or these lazy pieces of shit, it becomes kind of moot. Because when was the last time you went anywhere that you couldn't get weed? Right?
Everywhere. I don't know where to get weed.
Yeah. You don't know anywhere?
Yeah, literally. If I had cancer, I'd be like reaching out to subs and stuff. Like, can someone give me a source? I don't know how to get weed.
Well, I don't know. With that haircut, they're gonna be like, "You're a narc, aren't you? You're a goddamn narc."
Yeah, no. I'd be like going to local colleges. Hello, fellow students. Where can I score some marijuana cigarettes? But yeah, that's where I'd be. So yeah, but I guess I'd figure it out somehow. But yeah, that's like my go-to thing. Like, my brother had cancer twice, and it impacted his appetite, and of course it made him nauseous. Nauseous. So marijuana, it can be good with both those things. It can help you get your appetite back, and it can help you control nausea. It's like, that seems like a fit. It seemed better than the stuff that they were getting from the hospital.
At the very least, a reclassification. I mean, to say marijuana has no medical benefits, like in its current class, that's crazy. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, what I object to sometimes is the people who act like it's a health food. You know, like, oh yeah,
like talking
I
like
take it as a
kale.
prophylactic against glaucoma. You know, I want to make sure that never comes to me. That's why I'm toke it up. It's actually good for you. It's respiratory exercise. It's like, no, come on, dude. You know, I'll admit it's not as bad as alcohol. We're all sort of there. I think everyone's kind of figured that out. But the notion that it's a health food or something, then I think you're just taking it too far. You know, let's admit it's a minor vice. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah. Have you ever done it?
Yeah.
Oh, should I not ask that question? Never mind. Hey, Woody.
Kind
What's
of answered it, didn't I?
what's the newest survey you just launched on Woodycraft.net?
Yeah, I think I'll skip that thing. And I can tell you, I've never been into it, and I don't know if I ever did it properly. I've certainly never had a good high.
I respect it. The Bill
You
Clinton.
didn't inhale.
I
Like our good old...
I did. I don't know. But you know what? I guess I'll tell.
Barack Obama, didn't he write in it? Didn't Barack talk about storing cocaine in his book?
He did. Yeah.
It's kind of a hypocrite on the issue.
Is he? Yeah, I guess so, right?
Yeah, I mean, whether you talk about in '08, he said he wouldn't use funds, and then under his administration, they raided a lot of places, more so than Bush. And I mean, I understand politically the saying like, you know, I'm president, but other people, those are the people that you got to talk to as far as the legalization. If enough of this, because the most recent thing he said, if enough of the states do it, then Congress will have to.
I saw that.
To talk about it for federal. I mean, it's just, the whole federal state thing's a whole fucking crazy clusterfuck.
You know what? I want to answer the pot question. I'm coming around to it. I did it as an adult, a grown man, and part of my motivation was I felt like I wanted to get educated on it as a parent. It wasn't to get high. It really wasn't. It wasn't like, oh, I totally need this to enjoy the situation or whatever. And I was out of the country, a place where, I don't know if it was legal or not, but it certainly was.
A place where man's laws did not apply.
True. And
you huntsman for game.
And the people I was on trip with were more experienced with it than me. They made a bong out of an apple. And I inhaled deep. They were all like, whoa, and coughed and stuff. And afterwards, it seemed to have no effect. They said that I was talking a lot, but that's every day. And then I guess the next year I tried it again, and it was like an awful kind. I think it made me nauseous. Like, is that a thing that marijuana sometimes does?
I mean,
No,
you can
it's
have
supposed to be the opposite of that.
I mean, you can have different experiences. I mean, one of the first times I ever had it, or did it, I felt like I was having a heart attack, and I was just like, and I'm gonna lay in this bed for 12 hours. Terrified of the world.
The first time
that was my first experience with edibles. That's scary.
My first experience, I felt like it had no effect at all. My second one, I think it gave me a headache or something, and I never had anything pleasurable happen from it. And maybe I'm just not wired for it. I don't know. But yeah, the motivation, like I said, was honestly, it wasn't like for a high or anything like that. It was like, well, yeah, I kind of want to know what the scoop is. And I feel like I still didn't get it, though. Like, I need that thing that people like to know what the whole deal is with it. What I have apparently is a tiny minority, because there's hardly anyone who uses pot and who goes, yeah, it's terrible, it sucks. You know, but that's where I am.
Yeah.
So
I want that to be the thing you said to the guy that was passing it to you, though. Let me see what the scoop is on this. Like, okay.
Maybe I've just watched one too many Joe Rogan documentaries, but I feel like we need to be doing acid. I feel like we need to see what that's all about.
No, man. I love Rogan. I hopped on. I listen to him so much, but when he starts talking about that spacey world could be a simulation, like we're all a droplet, I'm like, stop it. Stop.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Like, he's entertaining.
I respect it.
Mm-hmm. All that shit with like, oh, mushrooms, monkeys ate mushrooms, and that made them us, and now, you know, this is science. And then he has like some crackpot on there who's like, yeah, I mean, it's like totally legit. And like Joe is like legitimately, you know, he wants to believe that stuff is true more than he actually believes it. I think he's intrigued by the idea of it because he seems like a smart dude, obviously, but just the way he's like they theorized that by panspermia, an asteroid with a mushroom on it landed, and then it started growing in cow shit, and monkeys ate out of cow shit. And it's like, dude, we're already 6 leaps down the rabbit hole, and none of this means anything. It means that there were monkeys that were getting high. Can we still eat them to further improve our mental state? Because when people eat them, they kind of just look like they're tripping out and not with reality at all.
He takes these psychedelics and then he acts like he's having he says he's having new thoughts and he's expanding his brain and he's thinking about the world in ways, and everyone should do this so that their brains can have experienced the stuff that his has, right? Like, we need these out of this world crazy thoughts. But what I hear is out of this world crazy thoughts, they seem to have no value to me.
I don't know if I know that when he talks about certain things, he talks about how people have heard him and that's why they want to try it. I don't know if he says, I don't know if we should quote him saying that everyone should try it, because I know that, like, my big thing is I will probably never do like a straight up hallucinogenic like acid, because I don't want what's in here thrust out into the world at all. That seems like a bad day, because I don't know what'll come out. I think because the craziest thing I've ever done, and it was like one time, was Molly. That's it. And that's essentially Adderall with a bigger smile. That's it.
That sounds like a great time.
I mean, it's a fantastic time. It makes you feel like you could just have sex for 12 hours straight, but it's one of those things I would never recommend.
You can't?
In general, I think after a while I'm like, I got stuff to do. I'm 29 years old, okay?
I have a prescription for Adderall, and if I have like a real work day ahead of me where I have to like be going from dusk till dawn, I'll take 10 milligrams of Adderall to start the day and then 10 more around lunchtime, and I'm just go version of me.
Like the one pop
yeah.
shots. Those are scary. That's how you feel like you're having a heart attack.
Really? My heart rate's a little bit faster, but it's not like blum 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 blum. It's nothing ever scary. I'm just like, it's time to work now. Like,
I remember, because I've always had the time release, and it's like a nice slow, like, oh, okay, I'm here. I'm more in the moment. But 2 VidCons ago, I ran out of my prescription because my doctor was on some trip. I wasn't able to do anything, so my friend gave me his. But it was like the one thing, and I just remember I was on a panel with the Fine Bros and like some guy I'd never heard from Maker, and the entire time I was up there, I had taken a little extra right before I went on. I thought I was going to die in front of everyone, and it was the most terrifying experience of my life.
Why was there what made you think you were gonna die?
Because one, like, if you take too much, then it's essentially just like one of the biggest legal uppers on the market. And so all of a sudden my heart's pumping, and then I hear this guy from Maker spouting this bullshit that I was getting so angry about, because he was talking about how he could successfully market 20,000 channels at the same level, right? And it was just like, there's so many small people that you're not getting to. And so I was like getting really worked up, but I was like trying to keep it inside.
Your hands are clammy, probably.
Oh yeah, and I'm just like, oh my god. And so I just let the Fine Bros ream them like they always do, very successfully.
I've tried Adderall one day and I didn't notice it.
No?
Yeah.
You're just not affected by substances.
Maybe you're like Bruce Willis in Unbreakable. Have you ever been sick, Woody?
I can't stop coughing.
I really like Adderall. I like to take it, like I said, when there's a big work day ahead, and I feel so much more positive about the work that has to be done. It's like normally I'd feel like it was drudgery, like I got to go out and I got to dig fence pole holes, and I've got to put in all this stuff, and I've got to do this fencing, and I've got to build this structure and weld all this stuff up. It's like, I don't want to do that. But then I'll take Adderall and like eat some cereal, and I'm just like, we're gonna work now. All the kinds of work. Yeah, let me get my tools. Let me get my tool belt. Like you just want to do stuff, and I'm excited about what needs to be done, and I even want to do it well. So
I get that naturally. Not always the anticipation of work like you described it, but the completion is like I get a big reward out of that. My reward system works that way. Heck, today I installed a bunch of light bulbs. And it seems like nothing, but it was 11 light bulbs, which is a good amount. And I had like fixtures to disassemble and reassemble. And when I was done, it was like, yeah, You know, I called my wife. Hey, I got all the light bulbs in. You know, she's like, that's great. Did you get the hallway? Yeah, I got the hallway. It was hard, but it's perfect now. And, you know, it was hard. I had to disassemble and whatever. Like I've done long-term tasks like woodworking and stuff that takes me 3 months to finish a piece just because I know the high at the end.
But see, with
Have you ever done it with
be even better.
Have you ever done it with a resting heart rate of 140 beats? Because until you've done that, you've not been at peak performance. I promise you.
Dude, my heart rate, I don't know if it's true anymore, but like when I was in college, incredibly high. Like,
Really?
I'd hit like 250.
What?
That's not. No, it didn't. You're not a
Like,
squirrel.
Yeah, no,
Like
it did.
every
So, like,
3 minutes?
So what would happen is we'd train, right? Like in swimming, I was a collegiate swimmer, and we train, and then they'd ask people to like do their heart rate. I measured it myself. Oh, they're like the way they say to do it is you take 220 and you subtract your age, which would be about 200 for me is my maximum heart rate at the time. But you'd measure it and people wouldn't believe me, so then they'd measure it themselves, And these are other swimmers, coaches, people who know how to take a heart rate. And then I've used the the electric kind that like goes around your chest. That's just a thing. My heart used to go fast.
Were you like the
You
big
are
kid on the
Bruce
swim
Willis
team?
from Unbroken.
Was I what?
Were you like the big kid on the swim team? Because if you're on the swim team, I imagine you're pretty in shape. Because usually
Yeah.
people that are in shape have a lower resting.
Yeah, I
It's
broke
like
records
4
high
beats
school,
per
college. Even as a freshman, I was one of the leading point
Oh
getters.
wait, yeah, 4 beats per second.
It's
Yeah,
like
you are
up,
Bruce
up,
Willis.
up, 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 up,
Yeah,
up,
I
up,
failed
up,
for the lifeguard thing. You take annual physicals. I failed it because my heart rate was too quick. They made me go and get like an EKG and stuff, and I had to get like a second doctor's
His
opinion.
midichlorians couldn't possibly be this high.
I love Kyle's face as you say this. He's like, no, it's not.
Oh,
No,
you're
I'm
still
just
not buying it?
I'm just thinking to myself, is he a superhero?
Yeah, no, because at this
Because,
point we've
like-
had like fellow athletes, coaches, electronic measuring devices, and doctors with electronic measuring
I
devices.
believe you.
Yeah,
I'm just
it's a
wondering if
thing.
you are in fact a superhero.
No, I'm old now. I'm nothing.
So was Bruce Willis in Unbreakable.
Yeah, but that was always the thing. Like my heart went like I don't even know if it's healthy like to have it go quick like that.
I think
No.
we need to shoot
Yeah.
you in the arm just to be sure.
Yeah, that's like
To
hamster
see if-
speed. How long does a hamster live?
Because
6
I mean,
months?
worst case scenario, you got a cool scar to brag about. Best case scenario, you turn out to be some sort of invincible Superman, and we can start marketing that.
This sounds like a
There's
horrible
a lot of
idea.
distance.
I'm gonna need
between
I'm gonna
the
need you for
best
some
and worst.
videos if you're bulletproof.
If you're
I
like-
mean,
didn't Bruce Willis get hurt? I guess he's never even had an
Only by-
injury.
only by water.
Yeah, his weakness was that he could not swim.
You could be drowned.
It beats the Green Lantern. What's his weakness? The color yellow? That's bullshit.
No, god damn it! It's not the color yellow.
What is it then? How real close am I?
He doesn't have any weaknesses. He's just got the ring. As long as he doesn't lose his focus, his belief in himself. As long as he hangs on to that. If self-doubt is how you beat the Green Lantern, you make him think that he's done something bad, and he starts doubting himself. He starts doubting his powers, and then they literally diminish instead of figuratively diminishing. That's how you beat the Green Lantern. That's how Batman did it.
So those superheroes, all those Lantern superheroes, are just really, really self-conscious and easily swayed about themselves. And just, oh, woe is me! I don't have all the power in the universe.
No,
Oh, we
Batman
only
had
have
this
the-
whole elaborate plan for how to do it to him. It was hard because
I know Batman's plans were ridiculous. It was like, oh, what if Catwoman goes crazy? I'll shoot her in the head.
What?
All right. It's the 7 dumbest weaknesses in comic book history. I didn't realize it, but one of the Green Lantern's weaknesses is wood.
Really?
Yes, the Green Lantern didn't have much going for him in the way of coolness. The uniform was a pair of green parachute pants and a purple cape. But worst of all, his weakness, his powerful ring had no effect on wood. So then you scroll down a little bit. Yellow. Arguably dumber than the Green Lantern weakness to wood is the successive Green Lantern weakness to the color yellow. Because of yellow impurity, the ring's central battery power.
So there's nothing worse to him than like a festive Arbor Day parade.
I'm
I'm
It's
defenseless.
the color of sunshine. It makes his defenses useless against slipping on a banana peel and being peed on.
See, I don't know where you're reading this from, but it doesn't sound like they're taking the DC universe very seriously at all, and I don't like it. I do know
T-Bird
that
and
like the
R.
color
Kelly can
yellow
take
was
that.
like the Green Lanterns were it was like good and evil or something like that, but like the yellow was like hate or anger or something like that. One of the Green Lanterns went over to that side and he turned yellow. But
Wasn't
I don't
it like
remember.
chaos or something? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
But yeah, that was, I don't know. Green Lantern's got
I
a
like
dumb
that you can
weakness.
just be weak to a color.
The color, it just doesn't make sense. I don't remember.
No, yellow, my only weakness, other than wood.
Two very, very common things, right? Like Superman was weak to kryptonite, and that wasn't, an everyday problem he ran into. But
They've got banana tree bombs. Run for it!
banana trees, holy smokes! You're really getting him.
A number 2 pencil takes him out. It's over.
Definitely.
There's another good one.
I'm
Hey, what's I can't get through the site because once again all this spamware. What's the number 1 dumbest weakness?
Oh,
Being made of glass.
Someone's made of glass.
I guess the weakness is to be made of glass.
I'm going and being made of glass. Prism is a member of the Marauders, an evil mutant assassination squad. His mutant powers, he's able to absorb light and shoot it out in beams. Basically the most generic mutant power you can come up with. All this power comes at a price. He's made of glass.
Damn. Damn it.
That's
He was defeated by a guy named Larry who happened to have a hammer.
I'm looking for...
Trying to get to page 2 of this article, but this spamware keeps taking me to RussianBrides.com.
Wow.
Jean
that's
Grey
probably
threw him
better.
into someone threw him into a wall and he shattered, which was pretty much inevitable. But the tragedy is he was subsequently brought back to life and then shattered again. And then he was brought back to life. And guess what? Shattered again.
Yeah, I would say that's how every story ends that he's in.
Yeah, he's been shattered many times. He's made of glass. That's a stupid weakness.
I'm looking forward to this barrage of superhero films that's kicking off very soon with the Age of Ultron coming and then Ant-Man, which I think is just they better start marketing it better or they're going to have
Ant-Man looks rough.
It doesn't look like it's going to be a winner, but then a lot of people didn't think Guardians of the Galaxy was going to be either. But I don't know if it's going to be another Guardians. It's really focusing on what's his name, Tim Rudd or something like that.
Oh, Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd, yeah.
I'm all about the westerns, man. My subs have heard it before, but that's what I want to come back. I want westerns to come back. I want make up.
He's
stories.
tired of superhero movies. He wants westerns.
Oh no, we got the video thing. So click the video again, and it should come back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, he's had it
Oh
with.
no, I need
superhero
Skype
movies.
Premium.
It just says that. I think if you click close, it'll.
I
Give it
see
to you.
you. You're a little dim,
Oh,
but
you
I
see
think
me?
that'll return.
Yeah, I'm a little dim.
No,
Not
he-
judging.
Wait,
He's
the
had it
number-
with the superhero thing. He wants like some rejuvenation of the Western genre.
Well, I'm trying to think. When was the last time you had anything close to that?
Django.
Maybe. I mean, well,
Definitely.
yeah,
Django was totally a western.
yeah. I think it's just I think of it as a revenge story first.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it totally is.
Yeah.
There was what was it, Appaloosa? That wasn't that long ago.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's got Viggo Mortensen. I can't remember Ed Harris, and Bridget Jones' Diary. What's her name?
Oh, it was like what? Renee Zellweger?
Yeah, she's in there before that.
I mean, who? What?
Have you seen her post plastic surgery?
Yeah, she looks normal now. She looks normal now.
It's a big difference. She doesn't
was-
look like the same person to me.
No, I mean well, because she came out and she looked kind of crazy for a second, and then she just did her hair different. Oh wait, there we go. I'm the right color now.
Yeah, I can't see Woody though.
That's a thing. You guys all know that maybe PhillyD doesn't, but when the camera goes away, XSplit takes it. So for the rest of the show, which is a few more minutes.
Here's how I think we should end the show, and we should probably do it soon. So, Taylor's not back yet, I don't think, but he has to be up in like 4 hours for work. So I think that when he gets back, we should
It's
be
early
like,
for a stripper, but go on.
when he gets back, we'll say that we're going to extend this. Let's do 2 more hours. All right, guys, 2 more hours.
Yeah.
And just to fuck with him.
I'm down.
You'll be able to see the pain in his eyes. Just look for it.
We have to get his camera back first. Hey, I've got a question. Another AMA. This might be the last one. Who knows? 5 years from now, where do you think you'll be, and what do you think you'll be doing for the whole crew?
I don't know.
I think I know, but I don't want to say just yet because I have a secret plan that's in action right now that I don't want to talk about yet.
I have a lame joke.
Oh,
5 years from now, what do I have? 20/20 vision? It's 2015.
I get it.
Um,
I got it. It was just
All the jokes are guaranteed to be
save
bad.
those for PKN. Those-
I just turned my head like a confused dog. I was like, man, I don't know. I think, well, I'll contractually be doing this same thing for 3 years, and then I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to still be in California. I kind of want to
Where would
move.
you go if not Cali?
I don't know. I mean, if I stayed, maybe Utah. There's been a lot of talk of if I would move to Park City. Every time I go there, it's like, it's gorgeous. I could still do a lot. I mean, the whole like initial awesome thing about this job was I could do it anywhere. And then I made it into this thing that was, you know, super successful. And then I sold it and I kind of locked myself in one place for 5 years. So I think after 3 years from now, I think I'd kind of want to move. Maybe Park City though, Utah.
I think I would like to live in Texas.
Okay.
I think I want to try Texas because I've been going out there and I visited Texas maybe 4 occasions and done very different things every time. Always something with guns and the wilderness, but different stuff every time and different people. And I kind of like the people there. Most of them anyway. They all seem to be really fun and like to have a good time. And there's just so much open space that you can be really silly out there. So if you want to chase armadillos on ATVs, you can do it. Or if you want to shoot a tank or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Texas would be fun, somewhere around Austin.
Yeah, Taylor, the question is, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
5 years. Ooh.
Right? That's that question.
Ooh.
that we all
20/20
get.
vision.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'll have gotten LASIK, so I will have 20/20 vision.
It'll be 20/20. Get it?
Yes, I got it. Yeah. I just chose not to acknowledge and take it a different route. I had to
I
bring it
didn't
back.
say that. I was just like, yeah, we know.
It's a good joke.
I honestly, I have no idea. No idea what I'll be doing in 5 years. Maybe I'll have won the lottery. I haven't even played the lottery. I've never gambled. That's what I need to do in the next 5 years. Go to
Ooh.
Vegas. Or go to
Yeah,
Canada or
man.
something.
That'll be good.
Never done that.
Love gambling.
It sucks.
Win
Come
big.
on. I hate it so much.
Oh, man.
You
there's
try to get me to play
nothing.
poker all the time.
Poker's not gambling.
If you gamble on it, it is.
No, it's not. There's
It is the way I play it.
I don't play poker because I can't lie to people that close to my face.
I just take Kyle's money. That's how I play.
I would love to play you.
You've played me. How many times have I
Get that
cleaned you out?
bullshit Tecate beer game, and in the other game, you got mad because I rebought in a couple
Oh,
times.
I cleaned you out so many times that I didn't want to play anymore and just kept going all in until sweet relief.
Until I had all the money.
Because I went all. I mean, you got all the money in like one hand. Just all in, all in,
That's
all
how
in.
It's punishingly boring to
Yeah,
play poker with someone who's really, really into it, and you're not.
I don't know. I love, like, if I go to Vegas, I go play blackjack, and if you will, like, I think it's called progressive negative. I just go in with a really large pot of money, and I play the minimum, and then if I lose, I double it. If I lose, I double it, and it's just like you're just essentially playing, depending on what the maximum at the table is, that you're not going to lose 9 hands in a row, which I've seen happen to my poor buddy Richard. But luckily it's
I
not
looked
happened
into
to
that
me.
strategy. Like I didn't think about the maximum when I first started looking into it. And I was like, why is it that the whole thing where you double your money until you know, like you just, all right, you lose $5, you bet 10. You lose $10, you bet 20. Keep doing that and then go back to the $5 again, right? And so you keep the 5 every time you win, but every time you lose, you just get back to even and you're set. There's sort of two concepts that crush it. One that Phil mentioned is the table max, right? Like eventually you'll lose 6 hands in a row or 9 hands in a row, whatever that is, and you won't be able to do it anymore. That combines with the other factor that is you win small and you lose huge.
Yes.
And like it make it roulette because that's simpler. But yeah, like eventually, if you watch the roulette, a lot of tables have like how many like reds in a row or blacks in a row you hit. You eventually do see like 6 in a row. Like if you watch that sign, there'll be 6, there'll be 9 blacks in a row. It happens. And then all those little $5 victories you had, like a month's worth, get wiped out the one time that you've doubled 10 times.
Yeah, the main thing with gambling in general, whether it's you're going progressive negative or anything else, never bet anything that will actually hurt you, right? Always be able to walk away like, this is my gambling money. And yeah, if you're doing progressive negative, it's because you're going to sit down at a table for 2-3 hours because you want that rush. But yeah, and you do need to sit at a table with a high maximum because there are places that, like my ideal table is 25 men, 5 to, I think I saw one table that was 10,000, but usually it's 5,000 max. And at some points you will end up with a $5,000 hand, and it's the most terrifying thing.
And that's the rush. I'm trying to accumulate cash because it gives me 2 options. One is that you can just retire off that or something. That would be one way to go. Make those gains or whatever. The other is if I want to start a new business, there's a lot of options open to you when you have cash that aren't. Like, one thing I talked to my wife lately about is like, you know what? I'm not happy with the movie theater selections near our new house. Maybe there's an opportunity there. But, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, opening a movie theater isn't really in the cards for you. But
Woody, if you buy a movie theater, I will legit come live in your guest house.
But that was the thought. I started looking into like movie franchises and how much it takes to start up at, and a lot of these franchises, they like look at your net worth. Like if you want to start up a gas station, I looked at this a while ago. You had to have like a net worth of 400 grand with 250 liquid or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's a lot of money to start up a gas station. I didn't realize all these people they were worth $500,000 or better who own them. But yeah. If you have cash, then your next business idea can be, a reality and not just a dream. So that's what I've got in my head.
So what do you think? Like 2 more hours here?
Yeah, I feel like we're flowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know. I'm digging it. It's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Bastards.
Come on, Taylor.
I think we should call the show there. I think it was very good.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
There was some pain in Taylor's eyes. He was like,
Let's just keep it rolling. People love the 4-hour podcast. They listen to the whole thing every week, and there's no drop off in quality. I love it.
I thought the second half was stronger than the first.
No, they were both good this week, but that's because Phil over here is a internet legend. Lots of tales.
We appreciate it.
All right, that's it. Now,
no, man, I like doing it. I think whenever I listen to the PKA podcast, I feel like I'm quieter than a lot of the other guests, but it's just because I don't know, I enjoy listening. Also, because I know nothing about fucking Game of Thrones. You fucking cunts.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I hate to do that, but
did you know anything about fucking chickens? We talked about that.
We're all
Come on, man.
Yeah, we're all obsessed with it right now.
Yeah, I really am into that story, and I think it's my favorite story now, like of all time. I really like Game of Thrones.
top notch.
Kyle burned into my head with this, like, Woody, that's storytelling. Whereas I just really want to know what happens next, and I don't want to obsess over every foothold.
You need bullet points. It's not a book.
I got to the part where Jon Snow walks on the mountain.
That's so many parts.
He's hammering spikes into this wall, felt-covered hammer, following this guy called Stone Snake, like up this mountain so they can kill the wildling watchmen who are up at the top of it.
At the part I'm in, he's climbing a mountain or walking on it, and he's keeping his face next to the rock as if it was his mother's breast and he was suckling or something like that. And I'm like, I guess this is storytelling. Mm-hmm. I wish I could fast forward. If it were a book, I'd like flip ahead. Still talking about mountain climbing? All right, cool. Didn't need that.
I like every word of it. I don't care how verbose it gets.
Is this going to be on the test?
I like it. I don't care how. I like it when he describes the meals and the grease dripping from characters' fingers and them licking the grease and the way the meat tastes and that it's a thin bird that they're eating and the rotten cabbage had worms crawling in it and the smell was repugnant. And he goes on to great extent sometimes explaining
every time.
Painting the scene, so that where all of this is happening in. It's kind of important if the stable hasn't been mucked out. And it's important to know there's these big black swollen flies. And I need to know what kind of horses they are, whether it's an old brown plow horse or a war horse or a Gering or something. I like all that. I like the storytelling and the character development, which goes on to no end.
I wonder how many like franchises there are that would probably be better served, like I feel like Game of Thrones is, with a series rather than a movie.
Oh, all of them, perhaps. I think a lot of stories lend themselves more to an episodic storytelling format rather than let's get this done in 2 hours, or maybe we get 6 hours and do a trilogy.
Dude, TV shows are the new movies now. Like it's exciting to me that like something like Game of Thrones, The Hobbit, they did a trilogy, and at the time that was kind of not The Hobbit. I ruined it. Lord of the Rings, they did a trilogy, and at the time that was like a cool thing. Like, oh, they're doing 3 whole movies. They're even 3 long movies. That's a big deal. But Breaking Bad, for example, like if that was a movie trilogy, not enough. You want to really tell that story. You do 6 seasons of TV, but
holy shit, did they stretch The Hobbit?
Yeah, I didn't mean to say The Hobbit.
They were
I enjoyed that book, but the movie, I didn't even watch the third one.
I haven't liked the second Hunger Games movie. I haven't read the book, so I don't know if there's how to draw
the last one or the second one.
They're both the same, right? There
was the third one, and then they're gonna have
There's a third one now?
Yeah, there was the Hunger
Games.
There was the first one, then there's the second one. Then they split they did that thing where they split the third one.
Oh, okay, so there's going to be 4 total Hunger Game movies.
Yeah, and it's just the third one, it just didn't need it. It just didn't need to be split. It's the worst of the 3 books. I don't know.
I read the books on Hunger Games.
I don't know. I started reading so much young adult stuff after reading like everything John Green wrote. Because I was like, oh, these are interesting and they're super easy. I can do this in a day.
Dude, John Green is so successful.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't realize all the stuff he did. Like his YouTube channel is great. I got into him at Crash Course. And I was like, oh, he's Vlogbrothers? And I started watching that stuff, which is a lot like Crash Course, actually. And then I found out he wrote A Fault in Our Stars. And then I can't name the other stuff, but I feel like other things have popped up here and there. And I'm like, Jesus, this guy's like a media mogul.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
He
is Looking for Alaska, An Abundance of Catherines. They just launched a trailer for Paper Towns, one of his other books. Like I don't know. Both of the brothers actually are fantastic. John's a great author, and Hank is fantastic with everything he's done as well. I mean, and you guys know they're behind like VidCon and stuff, or were behind VidCon and stuff.
They're amazing. Like
amazing.
Like at first I just liked their videos, and then I found out all the other like massively successful stuff they do, and it was just like, oh.
I keep wanting to shut up though because I see Taylor hating us.
I'm enjoying it. Fans, do you like it? Do you look at how loathful Taylor is right now?
Are we still recording?
Uh-huh.
Oh God, I thought we cut.
See?
I thought we were done.
We didn't. Go ahead. Look at Taylor. Looks so mad.
I'm not mad.
Be madder.
I'm tired.
I'm surprised Taylor's sticking around.
Yeah, I'm seeing the. I thought at first it was anger, like his eyes coming down, but it's just general sleepiness.
It is. Yeah, it is exhaustion on a level that people don't experience commonly.
No, I'm sleepy, but by all means, let's drag it out. The 9 people who are still listening to this.
All right. That was PKA episode 222. Holy smokes. Buy CrunchyRoll. Buy it. Get it every month. They're fucking amazing. If you like anime, then you can't do it without CrunchyRoll. Bye, everyone.